because this gives an idea of how, again, how secure your network is, um, and whether you're adopting the latest technologies and best practices in terms of securing your network. We also track what we call internet shutdowns. Internet shutdowns are intentional shutting down of the internet, where usually because of protests, elections, or sometimes even like exams, some countries would shut down the internet, and you know, this has an impact on society. This has an impact on businesses that need the internet to run their services. So there is an economic loss associated to that. And we also have an econometric model that help calculate that amount of loss that a shutdown can induce. Then we look at internet concentration, where we look at whether we see services being run by a handful of providers within the country, whether it is provisioning of internet services, whether it is upstream providers, data centers. And as you know, if you put all your eggs in one same basket, it becomes a single point of failure, and it's not good for internet resilience generally. Then we look also at internet connectivity, so interconnectivity and content locality. So this is, I would say, in our peering focus, where we look at the number of IXPs in the country, the number of data centers, what is the peering efficiency in terms of how many members within a country are found to be peering at a local internet exchange, and how much content that people are accessing. So we look at the most popular content and whether or not they are located within the country or outside the country. And finally, put together all those different metrics, we have created what we call the Internet Resilience Index, which is made up of 4 pillars: infrastructure, performance, security, and market readiness, where then we create what we call a composite indicator, composite score, which allows us to actually rank countries. And this is what I will oops. Ooh, what happened? Slides are gone. So the question of resilience, why is resilience important? Is because no one is protected from outages. As you know, we have documented a series of outages at the Internet Society. The one that is probably well known to this community is in 2024, where we had a cable break off the coast of Cote d'Ivoire, and this impacted so many different countries. But not only countries in our region are impacted, countries in other regions are impacted. So for example, here we have documented cases even in Canada, where one of the main operator failed, and then a big portion of the country was not connected. It happened also in Australia, for example. So outages does not happen only in, let's say, lesser served communities or ecosystem. This is what I was mentioning about the outage, which happened in Cote d'Ivoire. There has been a couple of submarine cables that were put offline because of, if I'm not mistaken, rock slide. And see how many countries were impacted. And obviously, those who are landlocked are even, I would say, doubly impacted, because, as you know, in Africa, cross-border connectivity is not that developed. So there is a very heavy reliance on submarine cables. And something that happens off the coast of Cote d'Ivoire, so in West Africa, has even impact in Southern Africa. think the batteries are dying. Okay, let me go to these slides. So using this, our index is made of around 30 different indicators, each categorized in a specific pillar. So when we talk about infrastructure, we look, for example, at the number of IXPs available in the country, the number of data centers available in the country, how connected you are. For example, we look at landing points. So do you have one landing point, multiple landing points? Do you have cross-border connectivity? In terms of market readiness, we look at affordability, we look at concentration of the market. Performance, we look at how good or bad latency is to some servers, and also your bandwidth generally in the country. Is it stable or not? And security, we bundle a couple of indicators such as adoption of routing security, adoption of DNS security. Do you have good hygiene within your network? So is it protected against DDoS? So for example, if you have a lot of open servers, like open DNS servers, open SNMP, this makes your network very fragile and can be actually used to DDoS other networks. So these are things that we look at. And put together, we have this score. And as you can see, I have put this for the 4 countries here. So Uganda is at 48%, Tanzania is at 51, Rwanda is also at 51, and Kenya is 54, which actually shows quite some, I believe, quite some good indicators within the African context. Let's look at now peering, because peering is also something that is important. So on the Internet Pulse, we have a dashboard called IXP Tracker, where we track how many IXPs do we see in a country, but we also track how many networks are connected to those IXPs. And we also track what we call locally cached content, so how much of the content is accessible locally. In Kenya, for example, we see that there are 5 IXPs, which is quite good in terms of the size of the country, the population, and the number of different operators that you have. And as you can see, 87% of all networks in Kenya can be reached through that IXP. It doesn't mean that 87 of all ASNs in Kenya are actually connected to the IXP, but it means that through a member of the IXP, we can reach 87% of all members, which is, I think, of all ASNs in the country, which is, I think, great. You can also see the evolution in terms of capacity and the number of members for all of the five IXPs, and you can see that over time there has been a steady growth, whether it is in terms of capacity or in terms of members. In Tanzania, you have 6 IXPs, which is actually great to see, and 92% of networks are actually reachable through members that are peering at that IXP, and locally cached content is 64%. For Uganda, we have only 1 IXP, and 75% of ASNs in the country are reachable through the IXPs, and we have 58% of locally cached content that we have been able to measure. And as you can see, the graph for Uganda is a bit more bumpy in terms of capacity and members, probably due to members going and then coming back, etc. So there has been a bit more instability in terms of growth, but generally it seems to be growing. And finally, Rwanda, where you have only 1 IXP, but I think that 1 IXP is doing its job. because 85% of domestic networks are reachable in Rwanda through the IXP, and you have around 60% of locally cached content. So let's now look at how these content are distributed and accessed within those countries. So looking at Kenya. So what we do, we take the top 1,000 most popular websites in a country, and then we extract how are they hosted. So there are two ways normally a website is hosted, either using a CDN. You have a list of CDN that you can see on the website, on the slide here, or it is natively hosted. So the big chunk where we call other, it means that we have not been able to detect a CDN. It means it's probably hosted locally. It's hosted on a private server rather than on a CDN. And on the right side, you will see whether they are local. So we have been able to detect the server is local, or whether it is external or regional. Regional means, for example, it can be a neighboring country within the same region, but external means that it goes outside of the continent, or the continent, actually. So I think for Kenya is more or less okay. It's a bit more than 50% local and regional, and maybe 30% external. So this is for Tanzania. It's also very similar. You have quite some amount which is local, and regional, and also external. I would say around 40%. For Uganda, it's a little bit different. There is more websites which is currently hosted externally than locally, but it seems that there is also some amount of regional connectivity that we can see. And finally, for Rwanda, you see a big amount for external and regional, as opposed to local. So perhaps this gives some indication. We need to investigate what are the most popular websites that people are visiting. Do we see a cache there? Should we actually talk to maybe the cache, the CDN providers, to come and put a cache within the country? And this is where the IXP can help to host those services. So generally, if we look at Kenya again, in terms of the number of service providers, so we have at least 5 big ones. And what we have seen, the number of international connections to Kenya is actually very good. It means that on average, an operator has more than 2 connections, which is good for redundancy. And but this is not always the case. Actually, we have seen generally around the world, when we need to look at the number of the level of concentration. In this case, we are looking at how some markets are mostly dominated by some operators. We see, unfortunately, that a majority of countries have a poor to sometimes very poor, what we call market competition. So when we're talking about resilience, we always think about the internet resilience, whether it is at the application layer or at the transport layer, but we tend to forget that the internet is also relying a lot on many other things, and one of those is electricity. So more and more, we want to focus on what are the codependencies of the internet. And what if, for example, you might have a very resilient internet ecosystem in terms of security, redundancy, etc. But what if your power grid is not resilient? It means that your internet connectivity will also suffer. I'll stop here because of time, and I'll pass it now to my colleague Kevin, who will talk about an important project that we are leading at the Internet Society around mapping internet fiber, and also the idea behind that is also to increase internet resilience by understanding where your fiber connectivity is, your fiber routes are. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amrish. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Chege, Senior Director, Internet Development at ISOC. I'll talk to you about a project we're working on called Open Fiber Data Standard. And it is linked to the internet resilience work that Amrish has gone through. So I'm sure you may have all seen these two maps over the years. The one on the left shows the submarine fiber capacity connected around Africa in 2009. And then more recently, to 2026, we can see there's a lot more variety in terms of submarine fiber connectivity, cables that have been laid in the ocean that we used to get online. What is more difficult to properly establish is how much terrestrial fiber has been dug in various African countries. And the reason that is because there is no common way for infrastructure providers to share information about where they have placed their fiber, the fiber paths that they've dug across the various countries. So the issues or the challenges behind this are, one, accuracy. Yes, there's a lot of fiber that has been dug. For example, in Kenya, we know, for example, a lot of fiber has been dug, but information about exactly where these cables are is missing. Completeness of the information, it could be vague in some instances where it just shows there is fiber from this area to that area, but it's not very clear whether it's active. There's no formal or agreed format for infrastructure providers to share information about where they have dug this fiber, and there's no standard to it. So there's no agreed format that, this is how you're going to share information about how you've laid your fiber. So there's a project we're working on along with other collaborators that we call the Open Fiber Data Standard, and it is a standard for storing and exchanging data on terrestrial fiber, so fiber on land that is available, so that we can know how much fiber has been laid in Kenya and across the region. So what are the benefits? Why would you want to do this? Why is this important to have this information? So it can allow, when you have information and you're aware about how much fiber is laid in a country, it can allow for targeted investment, perhaps in areas where there's not a lot of fiber penetration. There can be improved coordination between various players. For example, if there is piping infrastructure that needs to be laid, or electricity, or even more fiber cables, if there's information available about, there's fiber passing here, we can possibly avoid issues of disruption or duplication of efforts. Also, there's an opportunity for benchmarking, so we can have a very clear picture that there is fiber from, for example, here to Mombasa or here to north of Kenya. We can have that clear information. And we can have a lot more clarity on the redundancy of capacity. So, for example, how many cables do we have from Nairobi to Mombasa? How many cables do we have from Nairobi to other parts of the country? Is there a need for more investment so that we can have better resiliency and better redundancy? Because even if you have a lot of submarine cables, which for Kenya we have several now, we have 6, if there's not a lot of diversity of infrastructure in the country, then it's all mute, because it means if you only have one fiber provider, for example, in Nairobi who's laid fiber, should that cable go down, then there's lack of resiliency, there's lack of redundancy. Now, what if you're a small ISP? What are the benefits to you? So we know, for example, in Kenya, there's a lot of efforts to connect the unconnected, take fiber or take connectivity to regions where there is no connectivity right now. So if there's very clear information that there is fiber from this part of the country to another part of the country, it can allow for smaller ISPs to build the infrastructure around what is available. So instead of digging fiber, perhaps you can focus efforts on doing more Wi-Fi and then just doing the backbone to the existing fiber. It also levels the playing field so that we can have more, information shared among players in the industry. We can have better analysis, better information of how much infrastructure has been laid in the country, and as I mentioned, better infrastructure and better resiliency. This thing, I'm not sure where to point it. Okay. Yes. So what does the data look like? So let's say you're a infrastructure provider in the room and you're interested in how will I share this information? So what you see there is an example of how you could share this information. You can do this through a JSON file, and you just describe certain information about your fiber infrastructure, where it is, the state of the cable, is it active, is it dark fiber, what type of infrastructure have you provided. It also supports, you can also share information in CSV or in another format called GeoPackage, but JSON, which is the standard, I'm sure if you're in the technical field, you're familiar with a JSON file is just a text file and then broken into different segments of information. Yeah. Next slide. Am I the one driving this thing really? Am I driving itself? Yes. Okay, scope and focus. So what exactly is the data provided or the data that we need for open fiber data standards? What are we really looking for? So location of the fiber, where has the fiber been constructed? Where has it been laid? What's the path? What are the geolocation points for that fiber? Who owns that fiber? Is it government fiber? Is it an ISP provider? Is it a layer 2 provider? Who is it? And a bit more technical information about the fiber that has been laid. So is it dark fiber? Is it complete? Is it active? That type of information is what would constitute what you provide in the JSON file of what is in that, which will then use to share that information with the other players and other infrastructure providers. And those are the main three things: the location of the fiber, who owns it, and the state of the fiber. I'm convinced I'm not driving this. Next slide, please. I point there. Okay. So, what is the cost of not sharing this information? When there's lack of information about where infrastructure has been laid, it opens up the window for a lot of disruption. So when a road is being constructed or when new infrastructure is being provided, thank you. When new infrastructure is being laid, if people don't know your fiber is on the ground, it means there's a chance that that fiber may be cut in the process of expanding different infrastructure. So I know for the industry, there's that, that feeling of I need to protect my information, and that is understandable. But there's also the counter of that, which is if you do not share about where you've provided your infrastructure, others may not know, and that may lead to disruption or even duplication of efforts. And it will open opportunity for, at least if your fiber is cut and you had taken efforts to share your information about your fiber, perhaps there are avenues you can pursue so that you get compensated for damage to your infrastructure. Now, we've been working locally with the World Bank and CA, our regulator, to push this standard so that operators in the country can adopt this as a standard and share information about where they've provided the infrastructure. So if you just Google Kenya Open Fiber Data Standard, you'll see information about some of the ongoing work on Open Fiber Data Standard. So I'll close and say we have a lot of information about undersea cables. I'm sure you're all familiar with the big undersea cable fiber cut that happened 2024 in West Africa, and then in May there was another submarine cable cut that happened in East Africa. What helped networks come back faster was that network operators were able to identify, yes, even though the submarine cables have been cut, there is a terrestrial path that I can connect to, so that I can connect to another country that has submarine cable capacity. So for example, in West Africa, which was the epicenter of the fiber cut in March of 2024, when the impact of the size of the fiber cut was identified, several operators saw that it will take too much time. In fact, it took more than 2 months for those submarine cables to be restored. But in the meantime, they could connect to terrestrial fiber to neighboring countries and restore connectivity in a shorter period of time. So the push behind Open Data Fiber Standard is to allow for more of this information to be available. So in the event there are any cuts, at least network operators, regulators can know we can find alternative routes where we can get to countries that still have submarine capacity online. So in summary, I'll say OFDS is a common language to share information about infrastructure. If you're a network operator, this is an active development. There's a mailing list you can join and share information, share your ideas of what exactly should be included in OFDS, what you're comfortable sharing, what the standard should include or not include. And one more slide. Yes, if you go to ofds.info, that is ofds.info, you'll find information about how you can join the mailing list, get more information about the Open Fiber Data Standard, how can you participate, how is the standard evolving, because it's not set, it's a standard that's still in development, and what contributions can you make. So I'll stop here. Thank you all very much, and I hope you're all able to visit that website, ofds.info, for more information on that. Thank you. Yes, questions? Okay, we can take a few questions. So I can take for measurement. I don't know if Amrish is here, but I can take for measurements as well. Yeah.
Good morning. It's not a question, it's rather a comment.
Yeah.
Okay. From our reality in Nigeria,
Yeah.
the journey of fiber infrastructure starts from the right of way.
Yeah.
So when you apply for a right of way, you're supposed to submit drawings and plans as built.
Yeah.
Your fiber as built, where are your points, the length, and you are supposed to do markings on the road or wherever it's laid. Okay. Despite if it is aerial infrastructure, it's visible for the eye. So the Ministry of Works, usually they have a liaison office, okay, with the Kanubda, like in Kano State it's called Kanubda, Kano Rural Development Agency or something. In other states, they have different names. So they have liaison office between the NCC, which is the Nigerian Communication Commission, the authority that's providing the right of way, and the Ministry of Works. It makes life very much easier for us as infrastructure providers to avoid fiber cuts. And recently in Nigeria, they have classified the fiber infrastructure as a critical infrastructure, and there is a criminal charges when somebody cuts a fiber. Okay, there are criminal charges that can be taken and criminal steps, I mean legal steps that can be taken against the person who's doing that. So maybe you can consider this as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin, for the presentation. And my name is Michuki Mwangi. I work for the Internet Society. Just wanted to respond to Amin's comment with respect to Nigeria. We actually have been in discussions with NCC. In fact, there is an initiative in West Africa on the Open Fiber Data Standard. And part of the challenge that the standard is trying to achieve is that every fiber operator submits their as-built plans in different formats. So the regulator has a challenge of different formats, consolidation to understand where the infrastructure is, who owns it, and where are the gaps, and so on. The other challenge comes in with maintenance and development. So as you've said, in Nigeria, you have various agencies that are responsible for infrastructure development, roads across counties or provinces and states. Now, what format do they have of the maps of the infrastructure that has been built? So the road contractor who finally goes to do the build doesn't end up having an actual accurate map of where the fiber is. So when it comes to the build itself, when they are doing the construction, they will inadvertently damage the cable because they really didn't have the accurate layout of where it is. And so that means there's an extra cost on the operators who have built the fiber on the ground because the damage has been done. Now you have to come and remove the fiber, fix the fiber. So these are some of the challenges that we've received as feedback that while there's some data, it's not shared across the various agencies to reduce the cost implications that result when other agencies are to do their jobs. So whether it's road infrastructure, whether it's other horizontal infrastructure like sewage, water, and others that needs to be built, when it comes to how it affects when the builds or the deployments are being made. So having centralized information allows the regulator to share that with the other relevant agencies so that they can also coordinate with their development initiatives and avoid the damage that ends up happening. So that's one. The second part is understanding where the gaps are from an investment perspective. And so for anyone who's making investment, you all don't get to know who is on this side of the road versus who is on the opposite side of the road. We all know there's coverage on this road, but it's unclear whether it's on the left or on the right side of the road. And so in the end, that investment does not be, you end up now having to dig on one side of the road, while the complete opposite side of the road is unbuilt. And so as someone who's trying to buy a service, you say, I'm looking for redundancy. And then you go to a service provider, and the redundancy you are given is a fiber that is 1 foot below the other, or even on the same fiber strand. So you need to understand if it's a critical service, then you need to be on opposite sides of the road so that you are getting true redundancy. So those are some of the challenges that we've received in terms of input as to why an open fiber data standard is helpful for everyone who's trying to make decisions, both policy, development, and also service provision. I hope that helps.
Yeah. Thanks, Mitch. Just to add also to what you said, and to add to your comment, I mean, it's important that we get that input and feedback. So I would really encourage you to join the mailing list, because the realities in Nigeria may be different, for example, from those here. So that input is very important. So please join the mailing list. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Please join me in applauding Kevin and Amrish for their great presentations. The next session will be on the Kenya Community Network Summit. It will be presented by Hawi Rapudo from ISOC Kenya chapter. Please join here. So the session will be about what the Kenya chapter and others, I believe, are doing to promote community networks in Kenya. As I said earlier, the Kenya chapter is one of the most active in really promoting other things, and most importantly, community networks. So without further ado, I would like to ask Hawi to make his presentation. Unfortunately, we are very short in time, so please try to finish in 15 minutes, if possible.
Thank you. They always tell me that when you go to an event, the last day is always the most sweetest day. Because that is where you listen to the most interesting things. So karibuni wote, karibuni Nairobi, mujisikie poa, that's the word they use in Sheng. Mujisikie gangari, that's the word they use in Nairobi. So Kenyan chapter welcomes you all. If you are a member of the Internet Society, just carry up your hand and wave, because it's important to recognize that. Thank you so much. So the presentation you're seeing there, wow, what a picture that you're seeing there. That's the celebration that we had. So on that day, we are in just almost close to 500 meters away from here, no, a kilometer. That's why I was celebrating this summit. That is Machakos County. And you can see different people. Now, very interesting things here. You're seeing We have community networks, and you can see those kind of numbers that you are seeing on top of there. Many are coming as far as next to South Sudan. But you are seeing this other side of Ethiopia and Somalia. There's still something that we need to work out. But we are saying that if you look at those lists of those community networks, and I must thank the Association of the Community Network, where the chair is here. Barak, just wave so that people can see you. Thank you. Thank you. So, and you can look there, we're talking about how many kilometers did people cover? 8,000 from different kind of points. We're talking about 20,000 people reached, whether online, whether through the event, whether through funds. How many members registered ever since we started this? 2,000. That's why you see the Kenyan chapter. Okay, that's why you're seeing the Kenyan chapter. Numbers are rising each and every day. So in those, you can see pictures. Those pictures you're talking about, some of us were at the Konza Technopolis. You can see some of those pictures which are talking about the summit. And it was a very interesting day. Some of us even had a dance. That kind of dance you cannot even talk about in this kind of space. Now, the journey. There's somewhere that we came from, and there's somewhere that started from. We started from a place called Akala, that is in Nyanza. And you could see some of the things that were being talked there. We're talking about licensing. There was an association being formed, and also there was deploying of hotspot, which became a footprint when you're talking about community networks. In moving to the next one, which you're seeing, which now is Mathare in Nairobi, you can see the people you're seeing on the picture where the regulator, together with the community, together with the organizations and the partners, taking the photos together. So here we are talking about 120 partners. We are talking about a grant because we were able to get a grant from ISOC Foundation on the BeyondNet. The CNs reached. There's so many CNs who are now getting registration because people want to know. And the last one now, which I want to talk about in this presentation, is why we were in Syokimau in Machakos. And this one, you're talking about 30 CNs that have attended this. Now, looking at the milestones, what are the milestones? Someone will ask you, why are you doing this? Is there anything you are achieving? We are talking about digital safety. We are talking about people engaging in the capture the flag. We're not talking about just deploying internet. We're talking about also trying to protect ourselves. If you're looking at the targets, before we got the target, we talk about the policy because I've talked about licensing. And you could see the regulator talking about 14 community networks have been licensed by the regulator. That's an achievement. We have 6 pending. By the time we are leaving, we're talking about almost close to 14. Then the challenge, many of them have been told here. We're talking about backhaul. We're talking about in places where limited device, digital literacy, low content, relevance, infrastructure. In Kenya, we have a very good infrastructure in terms of fiber layout. But we find that community networks, wherever they are, for them to access the base station becomes that's an interesting discussion to pick. Now, we didn't leave that place like that. We talked for those days, and we came up with what is called the Machakos Declaration. So in the next coming 3 years, this declaration will become a very important point for us to see if we can measure as community networks in Kenya. One that we have agreed, and we're having a conversation with the Ugandan and the Tanzanian and the Rwandan, that we are going to have the East African Community Summit. That's what we are looking at. The key pointers, so you've seen them listed there: connectivity, policy, partnership, skills, inclusion. Now, very interesting, because we had partners, and some of them you can see them in those photos. Those partners are the ones who made the day, because their inputs were very important. And each of them was covering a pillar. We're talking about ISOC Foundation, ISOC. We're talking about Unconnected. We're talking about Sandbox, which talked about a business case. What is the business case for a community network? Many of us think that is a cyberscape. Many of us think that a community network is just a place where you can put a digital hub. But a community network is more than a digital hub and a cybercave. It's a social telecommunication project. So we need to look at those kind of serious discussions that we're talking about. Capacity. We're talking about how do we ensure that if people can have paralegals, why can't we have para-engineers? Why can't we have people who are based within the communities that can be able to transform? E-waste partnerships, there are a lot of partnerships that are able to be made. Then there was a commitment by the Communications Authority to ensure that by the end of next year, to have 100 community networks registered. Awareness, I've talked about. The Open University was part of this. Daystar University have joined us. Afralty are also part of this. So we're talking about how do we build this kind of consortium so that we can move forward. Now, very interesting as I'm going to wind up. We're talking about community network. We need to appreciate people. You could see the first photo, we talk about community network presenting their point. The second photos were awards. We need to recognize anybody that is doing something within their communities so that they'll be motivated. I think this was very important. We could see the other photos on there, people enjoying. There were concerts, and also we had music. Let me tell you, you cannot have an event without entertainment. And entertainment is also a very important pillar. People are talking about the cultural issues. People are talking about the social issue, which is key of our social capital. Now, this is the video. I don't know if it will play. If it cannot play, let me just move to the next one. Okay. For Internet Society Kenya, we say asante. Asante sana. We don't take it for granted. We thank the Internet Society. We thank the Internet Society Foundation for their support through the Chapter Beyond Net grant. We've been able to do this. For believing in us. We have all those partners that we've listed there. We say thank you. Asante sana. Asante sana. And not forgetting all the community networks and the staff and the committee members of ISOC. I salute you and I present, I submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Howie. I forgot to mention that Howie is Secretary General of Internet Society, Kenya chapter. And Oh, yes. He's Secretary General of Internet Society Kenya chapter. Is a governance and security expert dedicated to secure access, secure accessible internet and digital transformation. And he's a PhD candidate at Daystar University and founding director of Kijiji Yetu licensed community network. And he champions grassroots connectivity, resilient networks, and internet governance in Kenya. Thank you, Howie. The next session will be, or maybe if there is just one question for Howie, he can answer from there. Okay, if none, we'll continue to the next one. I'm sorry, I'm rushing it because there is a closing and we have really a hard stop. The next session will be on making the internet experience safe, and it will be managed by Kevin Chege and Purity Kemuma from ISOC Kenya chapter. Just let me say a few words about them and then I will give them the mic. Kevin is my colleague from Internet Society. He's Senior Director, Internet Development and Security. He's focusing on issues of online safety and security, internet measurements, and technical capacity building. Kevin is a volunteer at the local Kenya Network Operator Group, KENOG Program Committee. Thank you, Kevin. Let me introduce Purity at the same time so that I don't have to come back again. Purity Kemuma serves as a trustee of Internet Society Kenya chapter, supporting initiatives that promote an open, secure, and accessible internet. She's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with a keen interest in technology, digital governance, and internet policy. Thank you both, and you have the mic.
Thanks, David. Good morning again. I will cover, I'll set the context with a few slides on a project we're doing on online trust safety. Then Purity will give an example of some of the work that has been done locally. So ISOC, we have a program that we call Online Trust Safety Program. It started in 2025 as a co-created program that we started with our chapters and community. We got a lot of input and suggestions on why online trust safety is important and some of the gaps that ISOC could address. And we launched it in 2025, and the gaps that were identified were that there was lack of common or short-form videos and learning materials on online trust safety. So in 2025, we developed these learning materials and made them available on our online learning system. And we also got, this year, we want to expand on that work. We did 4 pilot workshops last year, and this year we want to expand on that work. We have learning materials on 9 key topics on online trust and safety. And this year we've launched what we call the Safer Internet Initiative, which seeks to expand what we started last year with the Online Trust and Safety Hub. And the materials you can access right now include toolkits if you want to design a training on online trust and safety, learning materials, and there are also grant opportunities available, which I'll describe. Gone too far. Yeah. So for 2026 OTS, which is short for Online Trust and Safety Project, the key objectives are to develop what we are calling an Online Trust and Safety Hub. I'll talk more about that briefly. We also want to expand the training materials available on online trust and safety for both in-person and virtual workshops. So far in 2026, we've trained a combined number of 1,000 people, both in-person and virtual trainings on online trust and safety. And we're also going to launch a couple of grants and also what we're calling the OTS landscape assessment, which is we want to hear from you on the threats, the online trust and safety threats that you're seeing on the internet that you believe ISOC should be involved in and provide training and learning materials on. So I'll talk briefly about the grants available. If you're interested in doing some work on online trust and safety, there is a grant coming up, or actually that has just been launched this week, that is called the Common Good Cyber Grant. And it is designed to support organizations who work to strengthen the cybersecurity ecosystem. So it will support whether you're doing the technical work or the non-technical work, and you need support. There is a grant you can apply. The QR code will direct you to the website with more information about that grant requirements and how to apply. But basically, we have 3 objectives for this grant: to support the maintenance of critical security infrastructure, like DNS and routing security. Want to deliver scalable support for to secure internet users, as second objective. And then finally, advancement of safer internet for vulnerable groups or high-risk users of the internet. The application process is open as of 23rd of June, and it will run till 4th of August. Then there'll be an assessment, and then the winners will be able to access the grant. So the QR code there has more information on how you can benefit from that grant. And then finally, from the engagements we had last year, we got a lot of feedback and input that there is need for a consolidated or a one-stop shop for information on online safety, because there's a lot of information out there, but could there be one central location where, if you're interested in understanding how can you have a safer internet experience, whether you're a seasoned internet user or you've been recently connected, how can you find information that will help you have a safer experience? Because as we know, as good as the internet is, there are also a lot of threats that affect especially vulnerable users, like scam, phishing emails, and so on. So we're building what we call the Online Trust and Safety Hub to help people have a safer experience on the internet. And it'll be a single place to find practical online safety information. So it'll be a one-stop shop with videos and learning materials and so on. Now, it was launched last week, and it is in alpha phase, which means it's in preliminary form, and we plan to have it in final form by September of this year. The design ideas or the design goals behind it is we wanted to make it very simple, have very clear navigation structure, support a lot of languages. So currently we support Arabic, English, Turkish, and French. So 4 languages, and we hope to expand to more languages. We would also support a lot of accessibility features. It's also mobile ready, so you don't have to be on a device, a laptop to access it. And it's very lightweight and fast. The QR code will take you to that Online Trust and Safety Hub, and you'll find learning materials and toolkits on online safety. I encourage you to go there. And this is an evolving platform. We do encourage a lot of feedback from the community. So please go to that Online Trust Safety Hub, give your feedback, and your feedback will help shape the final format or the final look and feel of the Online Trust and Safety Hub. So please use that QR code. So now I'm going to hand over to Purity Kemuma, the ISOC Kenya chapter trustee, and she's going to talk about the local training activities that are going on, being led by the chapter on online trust and safety, which started from the initiative we started last year that I've just introduced. So welcome, Purity. Thank you.
I'll begin by the lock and key analogy. Now, most of us probably, not even probably, we all lock our doors right before leaving. We all double check whether we locked our cars while walking away. And we all think twice even before giving strangers any valuable items. Now, every day online, many of us knowingly or unknowingly hand over something just as valuable as trust. Now let me cook, stay with me. You see, most cyber attacks do not break through sophisticated firewalls. They succeed because someone clicked a link that was suspicious, either knowingly or unknowingly, because someone trusted an email that was sent to them without verifying, and because someone responded to a message that looked familiar. Now that is the vulnerability that we do not talk about. And this is why we believe online trust and safety should be part of our civic education. Now, representing the ISOC Kenya chapter, my name is Purity Kemuma, and I currently serve the society in the position of trustee. I will provide a brief overview of what the online trust and safety entails. Now, on Wednesday, we were able to conduct a workshop that was majorly supported, or rather facilitated, by the ISOC Society and Foundation, and we were able to cover different sessions and topics. And the session was held at Mageuzi Hub. So we covered how to spot and avoid online scams, how to tell if an app or website is trustworthy, spotting misinformation and disinformation, and we dwelt on this because we are especially approaching the election period in the Kenyan country, which is coming up next year. And finally, we covered protecting our accounts. Now, from the onset, we learned that cyber criminals often target us by exploiting our trust, emotions, urgency, and authority rather than technology. And we identified the common scams that we have perhaps in one way or another been privy to. And one of them was fake online stores, whereby you see an online store that advertises products. And while we are able to order the products, we realize that because they do not own physical stores, at the end of it all, we pay for the product and we're not able to get it. So we identified common scams, including that, and M-Pesa scams, phishing attacks, impersonation scams, and job recruitment scams. And as we all know, in Kenya, most of the youths are unemployed. So while we are out there looking for employment opportunities, we often fall as victims to fake job recruitment scams. And why it is fake is because we're often told to pay some recruitment fee. And because most of us are very desperate, we are not able to authenticate. And we also gave ways of how we should be able to identify some of these scams. And we especially dwelt on verifying and actually verifying that every information that is posted out there is actually from the correct source, because we might fall prey to this knowingly or unknowingly. And another thing that we covered is the ways in which we tell that our website or an app is fake. And we were able to identify that we can tell through the URLs. And the major part of it was that we can always tell that our website is not fake through the HTTPS. So the S stands for secured. So while accessing this website, make sure that you access the securely attached website so that you're able to not fall as victim to some of these online scams. Now, a major focus was placed on misinformation, especially because we are going to the election period. And we were able to identify what misinformation is and what disinformation is. And I know most of us in this room probably do not know the difference. And allow me to just briefly touch on misinformation. And misinformation is sharing information without necessarily intentionally harming someone. And now, I believe most of us have even shared information online without verifying the source. And now the difference between misinformation and disinformation is that disinformation is shared with the intention of harming the party that we're sharing the information with. And we were able to say that even as the elections approach, we need to actually fact check and verify information that comes from different sources. So finally, we were able to encourage participants and those who attended the workshop, and even us in the room, that we should be able to protect our accounts, and we should be able to strengthen our digital security through strong and unique passwords, and through putting on the two-factor authentication, and also through enabling the logging alerts. So these are all things that will enable us stay safe in the digital community and in the digital space. So as I conclude, we need to note that the internet is a much busy city, full of opportunities, connections, and information. But at the same time, it is also filled with risks for those who move through it without awareness. So the goal is not to be fearful of technology, but rather to move through the internet space with awareness. And that is why we are saying that online safety begins with simple daily choices. One, pause before you click on any link, on any suspicious email. Just remember to pause before you click the email. The other thing is verify before you trust. Verify any information that is sent into you, verify any website that you access, and also verify any app that you download on your phone so that you don't fall as a victim to cyber scammers. And the other thing is think before you share, especially to prevent the misinformation and disinformation. Now remember, the strongest firewall is not installed on a computer. Rather, it is built on the mind of an informed user. And may we all leave this place better equipped to navigate the online world safely, confidently, and responsibly. For those who need slides, we have slides that have delved into all these topics that I've said, and we'll be able to share them with the organizers. Till then, thank you for listening, and I wish you all a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin and Purity. I think it was very interesting, and I like what Purity just said at the end, that the strongest firewall is within us. So let's try to take care of ourselves by using the hub and also pushing others to use it, because there are many vulnerable people that don't even come to this kind of sessions. So please help us in promoting this work. One or two questions or comments before I move to the next one. Comments, questions? I'm sure you have many things to say. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Timothy from Savannah Fiber, Kenya. The issue of internet security and just awareness is actually of interest to me. Why? Because I've seen my older folks now getting so used to using the internet, and the first place they land on is TikTok. And my challenge has been, there's a lot of fake videos. So you're accessing the site is right, everything, but the videos are all fake. We are moving into an election period. You no longer know whether the person who's speaking is the right person, and it's causing a lot of emotional reactions, even from the older people. So my question was that, is the Internet Society also looking at that spectrum of people and not just the younger people who are coming into the internet now? Thank you.
I will let Kevin respond.
Yes, yeah, good question. So the learning materials we have developed actually target the more vulnerable users on the internet. So yes, the elderly and also the young. The videos are short form videos, so they can be shared very easily. So whether it's on TikTok or even WhatsApp messages, you can share them. So you can download videos. They cover the key issues on online safety. So misinformation, scams, fraud, phishing, the sort of more common threats that vulnerable users are likely to encounter. So yes, those materials are available, and we are continuing to build more. Yeah, hope that addresses the question.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, Mark, please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Orina. I'm part of the Kenyan chapter at the leadership team. My question is to Kevin in terms of the online safety hub that you've launched, and what are the milestones so far that you've seen that the hub has had, and also what are the plans in terms of the localization of the content itself, whether within Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, in terms of the local languages, or what other languages are currently available on the hub?
Thanks, Mark, for the question. So far, the hub is 2 weeks old. So it was launched June 15th. So we are still in the process of collecting feedback. In terms of milestones, I would say the next major milestone is having it in final form by September of this year. And we are taking in feedback. So I do encourage everyone, please go in, share your feedback. There's a feedback page on the hub itself. In terms of localization, we also want to expand on the localization. We've started with 4 major languages, so Arabic, English, French, and Turkish, but if we are still working on more localization. So please share your feedback. If there are languages we should prioritize, we really want to get that done for the community. Yeah, thank you.
Kevin, I suggest that maybe you put the QR code during the break. Not now because we'll have the session, but during the break so that people go to the hub and use it. The main purpose of having that hub is for people to use it and protect the vulnerable people that we were mentioning. Okay, the next session will be on interconnecting Africa. This session will delve into the current state of peering and interconnection in Africa.
Sorry, there's a question here also.
Sorry, I didn't see you. Okay, please go on.
No worries. My name is Liz Orembo from Research ICT Africa. I'm the international engagement lead there. And a session that came around one, older people using the internet more and more, and two, the of that really touched on how we use the internet daily. I have one concern because most of the time when I go to the rural areas, and because of my career, I'm being referred to the person of internet safety. What I'm realizing is that when there are very many service providers, so that it's not very easy to point out really how you lost your data or how the security challenges are experienced and from what source point. So for example, an uncle of mine had a WhatsApp hack, and they used their WhatsApp access to communicate to others to send money. We tried to report to WhatsApp, Facebook, Meta people, no activity happened. We tried to report to Safaricom. Safaricom only said that we can only block your number. And if they block the number, then they also lose access of damage happen. The other thing that as we try to look for the source,
it's cutting. I don't know if...
I don't know what I need to do, but it's a very short story. We realized that probably the person went to a cyber cafe because they didn't know how to file their returns, and they left their accounts open, and that's where the person was able to access their WhatsApp there. So the other problem here is that as we expand into DPIs and forcing a lot of our populations to use government services when they are not internet savvy, then that also exposes them to a lot of harms. So just proposing another solution is that how do we work then with government entities like eCitizen to make sure that these vulnerable citizens are protected when it comes to cybersecurity? Thanks.
Thank you, Liz. This is an important point. We are pushing people to go online, and we are not helping them protect themselves. So, and I think governments and platforms and others will have also to contribute to making them safe. And Kevin, do you have anything to add on that?
Just briefly, just to say, yes, there is a need for maybe more coordination. At this stage where we are as the Internet Society is sort of the providing learning materials. So to address the example given by Liz, some of the trainings we do have are on multi-factor authentication or 2FA to encourage people when you're visiting these websites or when you're using these social media apps, have as much security as you can to prevent your credentials being stolen or your account being accessed. So there is a lot of coordination and collaboration that will come following this, but Right now, for us at the hub, we're trying to give as much information as possible to users, and then now encourage more collaboration on that. But that is a genuine issue raised by Liz.
Thank you, Kevin. So online trust and safety is a new thing for us. So we are getting in, but I'm sure that it will, it will grow and it will have many aspects, including collaboration with other organizations and partners. Thank you very much. I'll have to stop here to go to the next session, which will be then, as I started to say, on Internet Connecting Africa. It will delve into the current state of peering and interconnection in Africa, exploring the prevailing trends and the challenges the continent faces in improving and expanding local content access. It will be presented by Gilan Kera Mugaba, who is my colleague, Director, IXP Development at Internet Society. Let me find his bio. Gila serves as an IXP development expert at Internet Society. He primarily focuses on development of Internet exchange point, critical infrastructure, and peering and interconnection ecosystem. Gila, where are you? Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, David, and good morning, everyone. I'll be sharing about interconnecting Africa. There is a lot to be said, but we are going to try and focus on one or two key things that probably will steer some discussions. So we are trying to dive into the current state of peering and interconnection in Africa. What are the trends that we see? What are the new things what are the challenges that the market is experiencing on the continent? What are the improvement and expanding trends and everything related to local content access? Just to add maybe on the previous question, I tend to think about security in the sense of a value chain. So from an exchange point perspective, what are the security that we need to provide? From an internet service provider, what is the security that can be provided? From an end user, what the service or security that can be provided? So it's a value chain kind of perspective that we need to think of when we are thinking of exchange and internet and peering in general. So we have a challenge, and I think it has come frequently during the course of this week. We have at least 1/3 of the humanity that is not connected. So that will be around 2.2 to 2.6 billion people who are not connected, and they are really lacking, or they are not accessing the opportunity that the internet is providing. So it is on that basis that the Internet Society is running a number of activities and projects. We heard about the community-centered connectivity. I will not talk too much about that. You've heard a lot, specifically for projects that are run in Kenya. I must admit that I'm a little bit jealous to see how far you've went, and I wish many countries can come and learn from Kenya. So as far as the other part of other things that we are doing, actually everything is under the portfolio of connectivity, which is led by my colleague Michuki Mwangi. So community networks, sustainable peering infrastructure. This is the project I'm co-leading with my colleague called Hannah Crichton. Our main activities are will be around 4 main activities. First of all is advocacy and promotion and capacity building and building strong technical communities. So we believe that interconnecting Africa require that we do the promotion, we advocate about the internet, the benefits of the internet across all the sectors, public, private, civil society. And we believe also about capacity building. We run a number of training activities, not only training activities, but also events. And we also support technical communities, their meetings and NOGs and RAINs. We also do support, and probably this is very important, coming August, we will have an event, a quite important event as far as peering is concerned in Africa, the Africa Peering and Interconnection Forum. It will happen in Kigali. You are all invited to participate. But beyond that also, we do support different activities such as the West Africa Peering Forum, the Central Africa Peering Forum, and other peering events around the world. We also provide grants, being to help exchange points acquire or upgrade equipment, and we also help provide grants or financing to strengthen ecosystems around peering and ecosystem. Most importantly, we also believe that we need to raise the next generation of peering advocates. That's the reason why we are running our peering fellowship program. And my colleague here, Jules, you can approach Jules for any question that you may have regarding the peering fellowship that we are running. Again, within the connectivity portfolio, we heavily depend and run everything depending on the data we have. Without the data, we can't have any orientation or strategy or plan. So the Pulse platform is very, very key for us to have even a better understanding on how to strengthen the peering and the peering infrastructure within Africa. So the website is called pulse.internetsociety.org. You have many functions. It has many functions. You can look at shutdowns. You have an IXP tracker, and I will focus mainly on the IXP tracker and other key indicators that you can get an insight about. So peering, I wanted to dive a little bit about peering from a global perspective and then narrow down to Africa. So when we look at IXPs around the world, the Pulse platform gives an indication that we have more than 1,059 exchange points around the world. It is sourced from PeeringDB database. Even this morning, I tracked that number. I think it has even increased. It's 1,063. The number is growing. And when you look at Africa, the number is quite growing, but not tremendously at a higher speed. But we have some progress going forward. You can also have some trends in other regions, being America, Asia, Oceania, and Europe. Exchange points in many countries in Africa, but we still have some countries that do not have exchange point. But all that is fueled or it is promoted also because of the submarine cable that is going around Africa. We have a number of projects that are flourishing. We have continuous investment in terms of submarine infrastructure, being Africa to Africa, being Africa to Latin America. Recently, there has been a lot of investment from Africa going to Latin America providing another path to the internet or to the global internet, being America or being Europe. So we see a number of infrastructure being developed across our continent. Regarding terrestrial infrastructure, we have development happening in terms of inland and cross-border fiber, but we still have a lot to do. When you look at the map, you see that there is a lot of concentration in the southern part, being South Africa, or the eastern part being around Nairobi, or being West Africa around Lagos. So those are the concentration places where you have substantial infrastructure fiber investment, but this is also the place where there is the biggest hub we have in Africa. So inland is progressing, but we still have fragmentation. I did not zoom into this map, but if you zoom to, let's say, Cote d'Ivoire, you will find that Cote d'Ivoire is relatively highly meshed, but the next country is not. So you may have infrastructure in Cote d'Ivoire, but the country next door cannot benefit from any infrastructure in Cote d'Ivoire. So we still have some fragmentation, and some of these could be investment, but some of these also could be put on the account of policy and regulations. It's not easy to cross the border. That's the problem of Africa. There is a lot of barrier to cross the border. Sorry. So some of the one example I will take is what is happening around Bobo Dioulasso going to Bamako, or Bobo Dioulasso going back to Ouagadougou and then Niamey, a little bit far on the east. Is that there is more and more infrastructure going upwards in that section, and it is relatively good for the cost of internet access. So as we see these happening, we really need to encourage and really make sure that the environment are enabled so that those investments are happening, and it brings down the cost of internet. And also, this will drive also the build of data centers. As the cost of internet is dropping, it's as if the cost of internet is the build of data centers is following also the decrease of the cost of internet as it is going inland. For now, the cost of internet is relatively low on the shore of the coast, but as you go in, the price can really increase drastically. So this is something that we need to look up to. West Africa presents some specific situations, but I think one of the region where I see where we need more, I would say more efforts, it's the Central Africa region. Central Africa region from Chad to Cameroon, going back to Gabon, and that part of Central Africa. The infrastructure is relatively very poor, and connectivity is very poor. And those are the regions where internet is very expensive. Going forward, so what does it take to develop IXPs? I think Michuki is the one who likes to say that peering is more, it's 20%, technical, even less than 20% technical, but it's more 80% discussing, people agreeing, people agreeing to exchange traffic. So it's very important that people sit and discuss and agree to exchange traffic. During this week, I was talking to one of the exchange. Everything is ready. They did the tests, the peering, the traffic is passing, but there is no traffic until people have agreed and signed a paper. So again, this shows that it's more about agreeing, and then 20% the technical aspect. We've been also engaged in, setting up new exchange point. I will namely here mention Madagascar. Madagascar is not a new one, but it's a restart or it's a reviving project. Guinea-Bissau, Niger, and there are the other countries that we've been able to work with. I just want to mention this. We don't set up an exchange in 1 year. I think, I don't know, maybe Michuki will correct me. It takes around 2 to 3 years, even more, to set up an exchange. First of all, you need to mobilize, you need to have a policy and an enabled policy and regulatory environment. People have to agree and see the benefit, and then you do technical workshop, and then you do equipment setup. It takes 2 to 3 years, more or less. So this is more or less like a blueprint of a successful development process. We don't rush to put equipment in a country. We always make sure that people understand the benefit of it, first of all. They get together. And then they are trained about the technicalities, the BGP, the filtering, the RPKI, and so on and so forth. And then we make sure that around that exchange point, there is a community. If there is no community, it's just that an exchange that will run dormant for many years. So there is an important aspect of creating a technical community around the exchange so that that exchange will grow. Even if it is slowly, but it will grow. And last but not least, we also, as Internet Society, provide financial support to buy equipment or to upgrade equipment, but also financial support to strengthen the governance around the exchange point. I mean, structuring an organization, holding events, and so on and so forth. So I will encourage you to go to the Internet Society Foundation website for any opportunity to support sustainable peering infrastructure activities. This year, we had a first window, which is closed, but we are looking at opening a second window coming most probably end of July for a second window to support Exchange Point or any organization around Exchange Point. Again, I encourage you to go to the IXP Tracker website. You can select. I wanted to do a demo, but I think the time will not help. But go to the website, choose your country, view how the exchange is ranking vis-a-vis others. You can find your country. If your country has multiple exchange points, you will find that. And really try that platform. If you have any feedback, please feel free to share any feedback to us. I want to talk about cache locality. We talked about CDN, cache locality, and so on and so forth. There is an important aspect, an important amount of content that is still accessed from outside of the region. We have countries or regions, namely South Africa, Kenya, Nairobi, East Part, and then Lagos, whereby more or less like 80% of the content is accessed locally. But in general, Africa, most of the content is still accessed externally. That's a challenge that we need to think of, and then try as much as possible to make sure that content is accessed locally. There is one equation I like, but I did not put it here. That's a very important equation that says that the cost is always a function of the distance and the volume. So knowing that the volume will not reduce because we are consuming more content and more content, the only thing that we can reduce is the distance. And the exchange points are there to reduce the distance. So content cache accessed through a local point of presence, mainly the names are mentioned, but sometimes also content is accessed from in-network CDNs. This is when Netflix, Facebook, Cloudflare, Google send you a cache you install in your network, okay? And then your network can benefit. But I wanted to share something very important also, some model that we've been seeing, which can be very important. It's called cache field cost sharing model. An exchange point, well, this is borderline a little bit, but an exchange can facilitate the installation of a cache at the exchange, and then that cache can be shared among the peers. Here you have an example of a CDN that may be, so this is a more or less like a numerical kind of computing, but you have CDNA, CDNB. You have CDNA has an ingress cost of $10. Around Africa, I don't know, but this is roughly an example, $10 to $15. So A and B are, the transit is 10, the other one is 15. The ingress bandwidth is 100 megabyte per second. The other one is 400. So the cost will be the 10 times the 100 and the 15 times the 400. So the ingress monthly recurring fee is around 1,000 or 6,000, depending on A or B case. The egress bandwidth, so this is comparatively to finance, where you talk about compounding. This is the equivalent in peering. Caches have an ingress 1:3 or 1:4 ratio, which is quite important. If that cache can be mutualized, the beneficiaries can really cut their costs by 71%, more or less. So we've been seeing this working in some markets, and we encourage really to other exchange points to explore this model and see how they can benefit from it. I will not dwell too much into that for the interest of time. Peering trends. I want also to talk about some of the peering trends that we see. There is an article that is called the Peering Disconnect. I really encourage you to scan this QR code and read about it. It compiles some of the trends that we are seeing as Internet society. It was put together by my colleague, Hannah Creighton. It's talking mainly about many things, but let me talk about one or two things. So there is a new trend whereby we see some of the big CDNs, not CDN, but content provider, I would say, amending and changing their peering policy. Okay, they still connect to the exchange point, but they are not doing multilateral peering through a route server. They are choosing to do either private or bilateral specifically, and for that, to get their content, they've set up a mechanism whereby they are working or they are distributing their content through a third party. That can be a verified peering partner, a VPP or any. And anyone wanting that content should pass through those service providers. So we are seeing smaller ISPs being forced to have open peering or passing through transit to get that content. This is the case I'm trying to illustrate here. Before you used to have two markets, and then the lower market accessing a bigger market, and then accessing CDN in that market. But because of the shift from the multilateral peering through an public exchange to a VPP or a third party, we are seeing now these other networks connecting to another third party to get to that content. So they are they are passing through a longer transit path to get that content. It is risky because that third party can be disconnected, and all of a sudden the content that was accessed maybe closely now takes longer to get, and it is becoming also expensive. And that cost is passed on to the end users back in at the edge of the networks or at the edge of the internet. Another thing that we are seeing, and again, this is a second point that I'm picking from the article, is that the cost sharing model has put some exchange point to provide that content. So it's putting the exchange point at a borderline of more or less being transit service providers, because they are offering that content through a different ASN, obviously. But it is really putting the exchange into tension or pressure to provide that. Otherwise, people will somehow move away from the exchange and then going to those third-party service provider. So this is quite putting some tension or pressure in the ecosystem on the exchange point, but this is the current trend that we are seeing. So we again encourage physical locality. We are a network service provider. Please connect to your exchange in your country, in your market. An example is maybe you are operating far away from the capital city. Why don't you put together some networks? You put yourselves together and then create an exchange in your locality. That will be a good thing in the second or third cities. We encourage again to lower any barriers, being policy, being costs. We were discussing with someone at the tea break, saying that it is very expensive to pass through the country because there is a monopoly. So again, this is a call to policymakers really to make sure that competition, as far as infrastructure is concerned, opened up so that it reduces any barriers in terms of accessing those infrastructure. And then again, as exchange point, we are already and we are continuously encouraging neutrality. The exchange should remain neutral as much as possible. Thank you for your attention, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Gila. We have time for one question or something. Okay, if not, I think you have learned a lot from Gila. While we need to continue connecting Africa, it is important that we understand where we are going, and I think Gilan gave us some information about the progress that we have made, because we have been following this for the last, 17, 18 years. And we see good change. There are more local traffic, which is good, but there are still some regions that do not have that much local traffic. And we see new trends, and it is important to follow the trends and really adjust to that, so that the world changed while we are deploying the infrastructure, and it's important that we know that change. Thank you very much. Now, the next session it's at 11:15, so we have 20 minutes for coffee. But before going for coffee, let's all come over here and take a group picture, because we love having some memory of our events. So please come quickly and let's have a nice group picture before we go for coffee. Thank you.
Record. Recording in progress.
Barak, are you here? Okay. Can you get closer? So the next session will be on connecting the unconnected. The session will present our general narrative on connecting the unconnected with community networks, with our three main dimensions for policy improvement, financing, licensing, and spectrum allocation. We are going to present our current work in the way forward post 2026. And we will have two presenters. Online, we have Jean-Baptiste Milogo, who serves as Director, Internet Technology and Development. He focuses on sustainable peering infrastructure, community-centered connectivity, and technical community development. He co-leads the Community-Centered Connectivity Project in 2026 at Internet Society, and is from and he is currently based in Burkina Faso, from where he will be presenting. The second presenter is Barak Otieno, that I'm sure many of you here in Kenya know. Barak serves as chairman of the Association of Community Networks in Kenya, focusing on community-centered connectivity across Africa. He is an instructor with the Internet Society and AFRALT, delivering training on designing and deploying computer networks, building wireless community networks, and community network readiness assessment. He also leads the Kenya School of Internet Governance at Kiktanet, and he's based in Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you both. I don't know who is going to start. Is it JB? Yeah. JB, I hope you are online.
Yes, good morning, David. I'm online. Can you hear me?
Fantastic. Can we you have a presentation, I guess?
Right, I have shared it with technical support team. I don't.
Technical support, can you please put the presentation? Okay, it is on. Thank you.
So I'm not seeing the present. Okay, that's it coming. So thanks, David, for the introduction, and thanks, Barak, for accepting to co-lead this session with me, and thanks for the opportunity. So I have been able to collect my badge. So you can see here that I have my lanyard. So just I'm in the corner, and just to let you know that I'm in spirit with you. So I hope that next time I will be able to make it in person. I think from today's presentation, we have here from the Kenya Community Network Summit, a wonderful work have been done and it's ongoing. What we are trying to present here is to just share some theoretical idea and things, and how as a community across Africa, we can have an enabled environment. I know that in the room we do have diverse people, from regulator to government to community itself. And the idea is to see how together we can maybe take in consideration some key things and maybe develop what have been achieved in Kenya. So my part will be a little bit theoretical, and Barak will share again the win we have seen in Kenya and how we can maybe take from there and duplicate everywhere in Africa. Next slide, please. So despite all the effort we are all doing, as Gila was saying, we still have 1 billion of people who are still offline. And our key effort here is maybe to bring them online. And they are not online today for several reasons. For some of them, it can be, I would say, a currency issue. How they can be able to get access to connectivity when it is available. For some of them, it's a digital literacy gap. And for some of them, it could be a lack of adoption for many reasons. And sometimes maybe the content online maybe exposed to them is not relevant. So the idea here is to see how we can mitigate those kind of content and bring most of the people online. Next, please. So at Internet Society, we believe that we need to tackle and to impact several kinds of community. And at the end of the day, we should be able to bring those billion of people who are not online. So we could work on develop more on what we traditionally call community network, but we can also try to have a focus on engineers communities, because we do have some engineers community around our world. We do have also traditionally some cooperative. So it can be farmer, it can be several kind of community who work at cooperative. How we can empower them to be able to bring internet within their community, to build and maintain internet, and to be able to access online and bring value to what they are doing through internet. And we can see that there is a lot of a model we can adopt from where we are sitting, from where we are living, and at the end of the day to have a lot of people and have everyone online. Next, please. So through community-centered connectivity, we are trying from internet a society perspective to address three things: the availability, the affordability, and the adoption. And we think that if we manage to address those major challenges, we should be able to reduce drastically the 2.6 billion people who are still unconnected, who can be our mom in the village, our uncle, any kind of community we can find in Africa, but in other parts of the world. Next, please. So, but between those communities, we do have some specific, I will say, community. We think that we can keep them in the area. You well know that in Africa, from east to north, from south to west, there is some displaced population for many reasons. And those people need to be connected and to be and they need to be able to use internet and bring value in their daily life. So we need to have a focus on those communities. We all know that also for many reasons, cultural or other reason in Africa, sometimes women are not well addressed when come time to talk about technology, to talk sometimes about education. So we need also to have those women in focus. And the last one is indigenous people, because we know that sometimes they are isolated for many reasons, and some traditional, let's say, commercial access cannot cover them. Next, please. So I know that today you have here about what we are offering in terms of capacity and training from previous speakers. And we have talked about what we are providing in terms of funding and I will say funding support opportunity through our grant and our partners. And here our focus will be what we can do as policymakers and enable an environment where community network can grow and sustain in Africa. But we cannot do that ourselves. We need partnership. We have some current partner, but we still need all part of community members who can join us, being chapter, being other internet organization in Africa or everywhere, who can come together with us as Internet Society to push this movement forward. Next, please. So we are seeing community-centered connectivity, call it CCC, as a tool to bridge the digital divide. And you have seen here that it is a mix of a lot of things, and together we think that playing in that way, we can be able to achieve things. But as I was saying, our main focus here is to show you some three pillars from policy perspective, we can support deeply what you have seen in Kenya, and Barak will talk more about this. Next, please. So the three dimension for policy improvement we are seeing as internet society, and we are pushing to our community or the country we are working with are three. How we fund those CCC, what kind of offer they do have in terms of licensing to have a legal operation, and how they can access to spectrum. Because at the end of the day, if we want something strong and sustained, we need to go through those three pillars, and I will develop a little bit on them later. Thanks. And next, please. So in terms of financing, we all know that we need money, and how those CCC opportunity for CCC projects can be supported from country perspective. So there is a way we have seen that universal fund can be maybe something we can explore. But we'll need from us maybe as a country to define the policy, I will say all the administrative aspects from where and when a community wants to get access to universal fund and build the community network, they need to respect. And they also need to provide a kind of monitoring project, a kind of key result. And from there, the universal fund can be used to support some of them. We can also see a kind of partnership between traditional network, big operator, and maybe some small entrepreneurs. And it can be maybe a way for them to build a win-win collaborative action, where as a small community network operator, I can have access to a backhaul because I cannot maybe mobilize a lot of funding to build a backhaul, but I can get access to existing backhaul and to be able to develop my community network. We can also see the financial issue in a term of where maybe official can try to lower in barrier to entry. It can be maybe some new approach, how we can maybe get access to loans. Maybe if the way we get access to license is complex today, how we can simplify things. To make it short, we need to check inside our community, inside our environment, what are the things we can be a barrier to be able to support community with not huge money to get access to build something from the same and to maintain it. Those kind of things can support the financing part, but it's not enough. We can see how to do with license and later with spectrum. Next, please. So we know that traditionally, currently, spectrum allocation through the regulation for most of the country have not taken consideration how to maybe involve community-centered connectivity as movement. So it means that today we need to check inside our regulation framework, how to include some provision to allow access to community network communities to get access to spectrum, how we allocate Wi-Fi spectrum, how to allocate Wi-Fi spectrum to them, how maybe we can set some policy of sharing, because sometimes we do have some spectrum allocated, but which is not unused. It can be maybe a saving from some operator because they were there in the beginning. But how we can have a kind of fair policy and get and provide opportunity for the newcomers to be able to access to spectrum and to achieve our unique goal, which is to bring everyone online. We can also go in the direction where we try to play more in the dynamic spectrum management and to see, so time to time, what are the current situation and how we can maybe allocate in the better way and to not be in kind of fixed model where things are not moving and new player are coming. They want to achieve, but there is no maybe opportunity for them to get access to spectrum. Next, please. And the final one, in terms of dimension, a part of funding spectrum is licensing. So how we can maybe reduce the barriers to let those communities to get access to license and to operate legally. You know that in some countries, we have what we call clandestine IXP. It means that there is a complexity for them to get access to license, and as they need to be maybe to provide connectivity to a part of the community, so they will maybe play in an appropriate way. So we can simplify the process and get their opportunity to become legal. And we can also maybe provide licensing provision with some condition to some community. It could be a regional, it could be, we can define the area. So there is some idea here. I think Barak will develop more in the Kenyan context and see how we can inspire other part of Africa and have more people connecting through this alternative way. Next, please, Barak. I think for the sake of the time, I will not go in detail through, but it's just some illustration of what I'm saying here in terms of exemptions of license or use allocated distribution. Next, please. So here is how we can maybe build the license cost, taking in consideration some key things. For example, define the IRA and define the target beneficiary, and to have a kind of define also what could be the legal entity behind community for the company running those community networks. And this could contribute from regulator perspective to see how we can maybe charge them. Next, please. So as I was saying, the idea was to share those three pillars, I say, funding and how we see funding, how we see license, current license issue, how we see spectrum allocation. But from what we have here this morning from the second presenter, and from the experience Barak have played in the, I will say, the Kenya community network development, we think that it is good to hear from Barak how those three pillar dimensions have been maybe improved in Kenya to support this success story we are seeing since many years in Kenya. So over to you, Barak, to maybe deep more on Kenya case and for the rest of the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, JB, for the presentation. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I will delve on the case study of Kenya. But first of all, I'll start with numbers, and I think which is also the reality in most of sub-Saharan Africa. So Kenya, like most other sub-Saharan African countries, despite the nice presentations we have done, still has approximately 60% of the population lacking meaningful access to internet or to any form of connectivity. There's a very large portion of the population that is still using feature phones. In the 60%, a feature phone in Kenya, we call it Tululu or Mulika Mwizi. It's a small phone that always comes with a torch. And normally it can go for weeks without going off, or a month without going off, which is the same case for the rest of Africa because of the inherent power challenges which were talked about earlier by the previous presenter. It's important to note that in the global north, as I have heard from GSMA, most of the countries are on the sunset period or sunset season of 2G, second generation networks. Majority are phasing out 3G. They are either on 4G or they are on 5G. But 60% of our populace is actually still using the feature phones, meaning that many of these people are actually offline. It is against this background that sometime around 2018 or 2019, at the onset of COVID, His Excellency the President Uhuru Kenyatta, the President of Kenya at that time, put together a task force led by the Communications Authority upon recognition of the fact that when people started working from home, we left all the internet capacity in the offices. And the question was, what then can we do to also ensure that the people at home have access to the internet? And it started what is referred to as a systemic process of reviewing the telecommunications licensing structure to see how it would facilitate more people to come online by supporting community-centered or community-owned telecommunication infrastructure. In Kenya, as I have seen in other East African countries, our universities are churning out graduates who are very good telecommunication engineers, who are very good developers, and most of them, when they are in the community, they come up with what is referred to as illegal networks. Here in Kenya, we call them sambaza or share. They are not illegal because they are used for committing crimes, but they are illegal because they are unlicensed. So the other issue was to see how do you bring these people into the fold. In fact, in the current strategic plan for the Communications Authority of Kenya, I had an opportunity to participate or to attend the launch. They indicated that compliance is at 60%, and they would wish to move this to 100%. The challenge of having very many players who are unlicensed or non-compliant is that there's a lot of interference, which in itself makes connectivity not to be meaningful. So it is against this background that there was a push for a community internet service provider license. And the process started in earnest in 2019, supported by the Internet Society, the Association of Progressive Communications, the UK AID, and of course hosted by by Kictanet. It culminated in establishment of the Community Network Service Provider license in early 2024. But there was a challenge because the incumbents or the traditional service providers felt that this was a license that other operators would use a backdoor to be able to access the rights to provide services which traditionally are very expensive. To give you context, we have 3 tiers of telecommunication licenses in Kenya, and I think the same applies to other Commonwealth countries. We have tier 1 licenses that are normally given to mobile network operators. The cost of the license ranges anything from $1 million upwards. In many cases, these licenses are given through auctions. And the license allows you to design and deploy telecommunication infrastructure with a strong emphasis on mobile networks to any corner of the country. We have tier 2 licenses that are given to gateways. This could be satellite operators operating on the C-band or those that are operating undersea cables. We have tier 3 licenses that are given at a county level to entities that deploy wireless networks or deploy fiber infrastructure, either underground or overhead to communities. And then we have the Community Network Service Provider license. So between tier 2 and tier 3, you can spend upwards of $2,000 or $5,000 to $1 million. but the community network service provider license is only $100 for 10 years. So the question was, how do you treat this unfair advantage? And the rough consensus or the agreement in the community was anyone that is given the community network service provider license has to be a not-for-profit. Additional obligations were placed on community operators that they must get endorsement from the communities that they are operating in. So the chief has to attest that you are actually involved in providing connectivity in your local community. You must connect the local schools or the local primary or secondary schools in that area and the local hospitals in that area before you are issued with the license. So that is one of the things that came out. Of course, a new government came in, which is in place right now, and the flagship project for the current government is 100,000 kilometers of fiber and 25,000 hotspots. Of course, we have had the work that is going on with respect to fiber, but again, there was concern that we were not getting the desired traction on the ground. And therefore, the government invited community networks on the table, the Internet Society Kenyan chapter, and the other operators as well, to see how best the government agenda would be fast-tracked. I'm glad to report that as we speak, many of the Tier 3, Tier 2, and Tier 1 operators are now, in addition to their commercial operations, also connecting schools, connecting police stations, connecting hospitals, wherever they are, and this is the outcome of the engagement that we have been having. Having said that, and as I conclude, I would wish to just point out some key issues, and I'll start with the landscape. The Internet Society Kenyan chapter had done a presentation earlier on the National Summit of Community Networks. The journey of community networks started in 2016 with a conference organized by the Internet Society at the University of Nairobi that brought together and recognized all community network initiatives on the African continent. Out of this, we had a number of pioneering community network initiatives, specifically Tunapanda, in the Africa Internet Summit that took place in 2018 or 2019, I believe. There was an opportunity for community members to attend a community networking session, and the team also went to Kibra to establish some of the best infrastructure for Tunapanda. And that was the beginning and the template that was indicated. Again, I would like to note that our research and education network, and I see Professor Kashoda here, supported establishment of Tunapanda by providing backhaul. The second community network initiative was Lanet Umoja. Dorcas, I think, is somewhere in the room, which was launched in a city not far from Nairobi, known as Nakuru. And again, Kenya Education Network provided the backhaul for it. Later on, we had Aheri Community Network being established in Kisumu and Dunia Moja. Interestingly, in Kisumu, we had the incumbent national operator, Telkom Kenya, partnering with Aheri to establish the community network, while in the Coast Province, we had Liquid through a program known as Tara, partnering with Dunia Moja to establish the community network. We have had movement building efforts championed by Tunapanda with the support of the Association of Progressive Communications and the Internet Society, which have since grown the number of community networks from 4, which I have mentioned, to close to 30. But as we speak, we only have 13 licensed community networks by the Communications Authority, and we are doing efforts, community-led efforts, to make sure that everybody is actually licensed. As I mentioned, we are working closely with the authority to make sure that we move the compliance rate from 60% to 100% where possible. In return, the Communications Authority of Kenya has committed to supporting establishment of at least 100 community networks. And in the current Universal Service Fund strategy, 600 million Kenyan shillings has been set aside for community-centered connectivity or community networks. And we are dealing with governance issues that will make sure that the community networks are actually able to appropriate these funds for the benefit of the community. I would also like to point out the supporting legal and regulatory framework that has enabled the community network ecosystem in Kenya to grow. And I want to recognize efforts by AFRALTI, the Africa Telecommunications, which is basically the training agency for regulators on the continent. Again, working with partners such as APC and the Internet Society to extend training to regulators across the continent. And I hope if there's anyone from the regulatory environment, you can engage with AFRALTI so that we can see how we can be able to move this conversation forward. I would also like to point out the role that the national ICT policy in Kenya has played in creating a supportive environment. And of course, policy is a key issue. Without the policy framework, we would not have the license in place. I would also like to point out the role of the multi-stakeholder community. Community networks are now gaining a lot of traction across the country because many of the stakeholders are engaging or attending. And I want to appreciate the advocacy efforts by ISOC, by APC in ensuring that the message goes out far and wide. There's also a lot of training that is going on, most of it supported by the Internet Society. I will mention specifically the Community Network Readiness Assessment course. This is a course that was developed out of a collection of shared experiences from community networks across Africa, which was then turned into a training program that to date has trained thousands of people across the continent on how to prepare to design and deploy computer networks. We also have designing and deploying computer networks. And as we speak, there's a DigiTrack that is somewhere in Machakos, conducting training in partnership with the ISOC Foundation, targeting the community-owned and community-led networks so that we can also increase the opportunity for our community members to be able to access the internet meaningfully. And again, having said that, I also want to recognize the role and the support of the NREN in ensuring that we get backhaul in some of the far to reach, some of the unserved and underserved areas. And lastly, I will talk about the Association of Community Networks in Kenya. When we started engaging with government, government said it doesn't want to deal with multiple community networks. And since the numbers were growing, we had to create the Association for Community Networks, which I think is a unique entity and first of its kind, through which we are engaging with various actors. We engage with TESPOC. I'm a regular speaker in industry programs organized by TESPOC. We engage with the Internet Service Providers Association of Kenya and many other associations that are coming up. The whole idea is the government has told us we have to self-police as opposed to waiting for the government to come and regulate us. So it is operators that deal with those that are unlicensed among them. It is operators that deal with those that are not doing the right things among them. It is operators that deal with aspects of capacity building that will ensure that our people get meaningful and reliable connectivity. And with that, I also want to highlight that beyond Wi-Fi, we are now engaged in research championed by AFRALTI and with the Communications Authority to also explore how unused spectrum, specifically in the 1800 megahertz band and in the C-band, can actually be allocated to community-centered connectivity players so that beyond just Wi-Fi, we can also take advantage of spectrum that is unused for the benefit of communities. And I think this has been highlighted here. We have an example in South Africa. I think it is Black Equations Network that has deployed a 4G network. And next month, we are also deploying a 4G community network under Namelok in Kajiado as a test case that hopefully, if all the stakeholders agree or support, will open the door for spectrum that has traditionally been under the ambit of mobile network operators to be availed to communities in scenarios or in cases in which the mobile network operators find those particular areas to be unprofitable or find those particular areas to be places that cannot bring a return on investment. But I end with a rider that there is an obligation for community networks to work with tier 3, tier 2, and tier 1 operators, so that we don't create an unnecessary competition on the license categories, but facilitate downstream or facilitate last mile access where some of the mainstream operators find to be unprofitable. I thank you, and back to you, JB, in case there is any other comment you want to make.
Thanks a lot, Barak. I think just move to the last slide where the people can maybe get access to the resource. If a slide are available, but if not available, no more. So thanks a lot for, yeah, next please. Next. Yeah, this is a takeaway. I think you have make a good summary on this. So I think just all take example on Kenya and maybe duplicate more Kenya experience across Africa. Next, please. So for those who are interested to learn more what we are doing as Internet Society and this space around the world, feel free to scan this QR code, and happy to talk with you online or for our next session. And feel free to reach out to my colleague Michuki, Gila, David, Kevin, and Jules who are Iran, and also with all Kenya Community Network Association representative by Barak here, but I know that there is a lot of folk in the room. So feel free to bring our effort together and bring more people from Africa online and decrease this unconnected people. So thanks, Barak, and maybe over to you, David. Hope that we have in maybe take long time than expecting from your agenda. So I don't know if we have time to take questions, but feel free to reach out to Barak in the room and the other colleagues there. Thank you.
Any questions?
Hi, can you hear me? No, yeah. There you can. Hi, Paul Huell. I'm very much here in my, not in my capacity representing any company, but rather as the respondent in some spectrum matters every now and then, and as the poor bloke who fights with Vodacom and MTN, actually just Vodacom really, on the question of spectrum. I'm going to start with my plea, which is please, ISOC in particular, but make sure that you are doing this presentation in places like AfricaCom, not on the tech festival side, but the actual communication side. Please make sure that this presentation, or at least a similar presentation, happens at ITW here in Nairobi in September, because there is a fundamental failure very often from the so-called internet community, because there's some complications there, but between the internet community and the telco space and the operators investing chunks of money and often paying through their nose with regards to spectrum. And that leads to the sort of, let me then move into the comment to the question. But one of the things that comes up on your slide is you introduce, for DSM, you simply put DSS. So you simply take we need more spectrum to be dynamically shared. okay? And communities need access to dynamically shared spectrum because that allows you to attain a lot more access, service access and so on. The operators are sitting with a slightly different position, and this isn't a defense of the operators. I fight with them enough on other fronts. But the operators' basic contention is whenever a government wants revenue, they look to auction spectrum. Okay, high demand spectrum is viewed as a revenue source in many societies and states. And if you're going to be auctioning, acquiring high value spectrum through an auction, then being told, no, you've got to dynamically share it, introduces all sorts of commercial problems. Now, in the 3GPP space, the technical specification process has very much led to an understanding of primary and secondary rights to spectrum, okay? And there's very much capacity developed there, at least from a technical level. The commercials have not yet caught up. But we are in a position in which we can have a framework under which a auction is for the primary rights on the spectrum, and you as the network operator who acquires the primary rights of the spectrum, well, in fact, you don't even need to be a network operator, but that's another commercial discussion. But as the primary holder of spectrum, you have first dibs, and you then manage the spectrum through a DSS system, and it can identify which dynamic users are using that spectrum. And the fundamental question that comes up is, are you paid for the spectrum that you bought the rights to? And again, you can't own the actual spectrum, but you own the rights to the spectrum by the secondary users, and be they community or be they other commercial matters. And that discussion has, at a technical level, been in the works. It occurs in that space. But every time I've seen this sort of presentation coming from ISOC or the like, there's always this sort of presumption of the community needs the spectrum, we must DSS the spectrum, or we must do this or that. And there's no implicit even recognition of the commercial dynamics that kick in. And as much as we can say, it's often true that, telcos are lawyers with are law firms with towers attached to them, and all that they're doing is trying to make as much money as possible. That doesn't hold a basis upon which you can, realistically expect to get dynamic spectrum sharing rolled out if you don't respect and appreciate legitimate commercial concerns. So my question, therefore, to you from that sort of slide is, to what extent are you at present framing dynamic spectrum management as exclusively a question of spectrum sharing, or are you recognizing dynamic spectrum management as a broader process towards the more effective utilization of that asset? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll start with your last comment. The way we are viewing, and by the way, the Dynamic Spectrum Alliance is involved in the program that is championed by Afralti, is to look at it broadly from the perspective of effective use of the spectrum resources, bearing in mind the realities of the commercials, which again underpinned by costs that come from issues such as auctions or other alternatives. So just to reassure you that these are primarily secondary use cases that are being concerned, bearing in mind the fact that despite the efforts that are being made, we only have 40% in particular, and when we look at the Kenyan context, of the population that has meaningful access to connectivity. And therefore, we are looking at what do we need to do, having explored all other options, including the primary responsibilities that the incumbents have with the spectrum that they have accessed, and the fact that they have recognized that some of the places that they intend to provide the service remain unprofitable. And the only way to unlock that unprofitability is to send in community-centered operators to do the capacity building or capacity development at community level, and to create the market, which then the primary spectrum holders can come in and take over. I don't know whether that gives you their reassurance. Thank you. Yeah. Any other? Yes, please.
Hello. My name is Mark. I also have a community network, and at some point, we're hopefully to be fully regulated and move towards that. So my question is, for the 4 pillars they talked about, partnership, advocacy, funding, and all that, what's the force multiplier in the sense of, I think the last part where partnerships, they talked about the resources that are needed to build community networks, in the sense of, you find that I've started a community network, so what's next? So having like a template or different documents that can help you measure performance of your community network in terms of the business health of it, the technical health of it, and stuff like that. So I'd ask one as the Community Network Association Chair and also Internet Society, what kind of resources, especially in terms of documentation, that you can have, business model templates, stuff that can be able to help community networks last a lifespan of more than 5 years, 6 years, and they're sustainable all the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I will take that
Barak,
before I go to the SG. Yes, JB? Please go ahead.
maybe I could comment on this a bit, maybe before you add on, if you allow me. So thanks for the question and for the previous folk. As part of our policy and advocacy work, so we are bringing this conversation to various events and various stakeholders. So we are presenting this to policymakers, and I know some of the room, but specifically we join sometime policymaker or regulator meeting to present them. We haven't yet presented this at ITW or AfricaCom, but it's something we consider under our policy and advocacy work to be able to present and to hear from all of the stakeholders and to co-build together on what is the good way for us to move forward and to bring people online. Coming to the last question, as part of our effort and as shown on the last slide, if you have maybe get chance to take a photo of this QR code, you will see that we have a lot of resources. But we're talking about capacity building resources, but we have what we call community network self-assessment kit tools, where you can drive in from the location selection to how to build your business model. And we are trying also to work, and this is something we think will be mature maybe by end of year. We are working also to some aspects, for example, how to manage the billing system, because some of it have to have a sustainable model, you need to have a billing system. So we are working on those part of component, but we are also working, as Barak was saying, to see how to deploy some plug and play solution to make things more easier for community. So there is, I would say, a package you will see on our page from the QR code, where you can deep more in on the what is the spectrum, what is our approach in terms of policy. So just to have a kind of bundle thing when I'm playing and to have something sustainable in long-term perspective. Our win will be to develop, but to sustain those community network and bring more people online in a long-term perspective. And we are working to bring a lot of resource, and we are co-building together with the community. For example, power was not part of our content in the beginning, but it's something we have been raised, and we are now including how to include power in this movement. I'm seeing David, so Barak, I know that we seem that it's time. So welcome, David, and I think for people in the room, Barak is there.
Yes, there are two questions, and you have 30 seconds each. Howie and Winnie.
Okay, mine is not a question, but it's a solidarity, because one is that we need to look at the journey of where we've come from in terms of community network. One of the cases we have been talking to our members of the Kenyan chapter is that you don't just become a member, you also establish a community network. And I think I want to thank the Internet Society, because we are getting more and more members funded projects that can change lives. We need to look at this thing deeply, not from a telecommunication perspective. We need to look at it from a social change and a social development perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Winnie.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Winnie Kamau from the Association of Freelance Journalists and a member of the ISOC community. Mine Barak, thank you for that great presentation. And I'm wondering, what is stopping 14 other community networks from being licensed? You mentioned that the government has already set aside 600 million. What is it for? Is it for capacity building? Is it for helping innovators, or what is it geared for? And I know there's the big push for the 10,000, is it 25,000 kilometers of network and everything? How does that look like to the common Mwananchi? Thank you.
Thank you, and I will answer you quickly. It's an issue of credibility. For the government to give money, there has to be accountability. That accountability comes with licensing, so that if you disappear with the money, they can smoke you out from your grandmother's house. That is where the problem is, because many people do not want that accountability. But I want to encourage, especially the Kenyan folks who are in the room, please go for the Community Network Service Provider license. It is on ca.go.ke. Once you get the license, you will get the credibility to even be supported by the Internet Society and to even engage with other actors such as the Kenya Education Network and other service providers that are in the room. The challenge we've been facing is sometimes people take capacity from operators and they disappear at the end of the month because they are unable to pay the bill. If you are licensed, you cannot afford to disappear. So it's a question of cleaning the airwaves, cleaning the environment. That is what the effort is all about. Again, the 600 million shillings is about bridging the gap. The 60% people that are unconnected or that do not have meaningful connectivity. That is what that money has been allocated for, not just for building networks. At the end of the day, the networks really have to benefit the community. To Mark Orina, I think JB indicated you can scan, but also there's the Community Network Readiness Assessment Toolkit, which you can download. We have a course that is running, Community Network Readiness Assessment, on learning.internetsociety.org. We just started the sessions yesterday. Join the session and be part of the change that we would like to make. And with that, I hand over to Dr. Dawit. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Barak and JB. I know that we can talk about this the whole day, but unfortunately, we don't have the whole day because we have the closing session within a few minutes, and we have one more session remaining. So I would like to present the next session and then invite also the speakers. So the last session before our small closing session is the one on global policy processes. It is a session that will discuss major global policy processes focusing on Net Mundial +10, Global Digital Compact, and WSIS +20, which completed in the last 2 years, and the ITU Plenipotentiary 2026 meeting, which will take place this year. There will be 3 presenters, which include myself. I have not introduced myself earlier, so I will say that I'm Dawit Baggala. I am Regional Vice President for Africa for Internet Society, and prior to Internet Society, I worked at the Addis Ababa University on teaching and research positions in computer science. I also worked in the private sector for internet-related services, and I'm an Ethiopian citizen. The other speakers are first Yaovi Atohun, who is an electrical engineer who worked for the Association of African Universities as senior IT officer from 2008 to 2012. He coordinated many activities for USAID and in initiative in Africa from 97 to 2004. And from 92 to 97, he worked as a consultant for National News Agency, and He was also involved in many community activities as volunteer for AFRINIC, AFNOG, ICANN at Large Advisory Committee, and the ICANN Nomination Committee before joining ICANN, where he serves today as Stakeholder Engagement Director for Africa. The last but not least speaker is Amin Dayek from Megamore Broadband Wireless, Managing Director and CEO of Megastore Wireless Broadband Limited, one of Northern Nigeria's leading internet service providers. He has been actively involved in expanding broadband and fiber access and strengthening digital connectivity, particularly in underserved and emerging markets. His work is centered on bridging the gap between policy aspirations and operational realities. I will start by presenting the main global policy processes that we have had in the last 2 years before letting Yovi talk about the plenipotentiary that will happen this year. Can you put my presentation, please? Okay, while waiting next, please. So most of you are not from the policy space. So I imagine most of this will be very new, or you are following it from very far, and you are wondering why this matters to you. I know also have a technical background, and when we are technical, very often we want to have a technical solution for everything. But unfortunately, policy matters. Sometimes you cannot get a solution for your problem because there is government, there is international, cooperation, etc., involved. So it is important, even if you are technical, your focus is technical, that you know what is happening in the policy sphere. And many has been happening in the last few years. So I will talk about the 3 policy processes that we have had. Next, please. Can I have, here? Okay. So some of you might remember that in 2024, we had 2 major ones, Net Mundial +10. So the first one was 10 years before, and then there was Net Mundial +10. And in 2024, September, there was the Global Digital Compact, a UN major agreement that has been made in New York. And in December 2025, a year later, there was the WSIS +20. So WSIS was the World Summit for Information Society that happened 20 years earlier, first in Geneva, then in Tunis, and which set up the first agreement on internet governance for the whole world. So, and we had a summit that discussed the last 20 years and reviewed the agreements that were made 20 years earlier. So what does the technical community need to do? We have to know what has happened in those agreements and make sure that the outcomes of these agreements are known and discuss the implementation, because it's good to have agreements, but we need to implement them, and how they connect each other, and make sure that we go from principles to real action, which is what matters most. So the first one was Net Mundial +10. So as I said, it is a continuation. So of the Net Mundial that happened 10 years earlier. And what we have seen is that Net Mundial plus 10 reaffirmed what was agreed 10 years earlier, which is multi-stakeholder, open, participatory, consensus-driven, and transparent governance. This is important because very often what governments tend to do is say, okay, it should only be done by government. And as you know, for example, the technical community knows probably more than governments on how the internet should be run. So it is important that we have a voice, and it is important that Net Mundial principles have been reaffirmed at Net Mundial plus 10. And they also realize that there is a gap in implementation, that very often we have these important principles, and then when we go to implementation, it is not as good as the principles. And one of the reasons is because we are not involved as much as we should, because the technical community is the one that is implementing. And if the policymakers say, okay, we are going to connect everyone, and then they don't communicate with the technical community, then it won't happen. So it is important that we are involved. But there were some guidelines that offer practical way to test whether there is participation, there is meaningful participation. Then there was the GDC. This was very important to the Secretary General because it intended to really, guide how ICTs should be governed, and not only the internet going forward. And I think there were good output. They agreed on having universal connectivity. So connectivity has been really has come out as something very important for everyone, and not only for those privileged. Safety, openness, security is also important. Things that, as you have seen, that are very important for internet society. Data governance and interoperability have come really as important things for many of the stakeholders. Artificial intelligence was really at the top of the minds of everybody during that conference, because as you have seen, AI has exploded in the last few years. And it was also at the center of GDC. And as you might have heard, there is the first global dialogue on AI that will happen in Geneva in a couple of weeks. And this is, in a way, an outcome of this decision. And something very important for us, multi-stakeholder governance has been also reaffirmed. Then there was WSIS plus 20 a year later. And some of us were a bit concerned because GDC was going in one direction, and then there was the WSIS discussion. And we thought that there will be two parallel things and confusion. But we are happy that there is a global support for the WSIS framework, which was established 20 years earlier, which includes the action lines, the 11 action lines, which are some of them infrastructure and access, capacity building, trust and security, ICT application, culture diversity, etc. You can look at the WSIS website. So the same action lines are still valid 20 years later, which is really extraordinary because many things have changed in 20 years. But kudos to those who thought about the action lines that were, high level enough to remain valid 20 years later. Again, here WSIS plus 20 reaffirmed that what has been noted by Atnet Mundial, persistent gap in access, affordability, and participation, and especially from developing regions. And something important, I talked about confusion that we were afraid between WSIS and GDC, but it was reaffirmed that WSIS remains the anchor framework and the outcome of the Global Digital Compact should be used within the WSIS framework. So this is what happened. And so what should we do in Africa, especially with the technical community? Beyond awareness, so it is important that we are aware, that we know what's happening. We are not policy experts, but we need to know what it is. But we have to make those outcomes really relevant to local realities, because it's good to have principles, commitments at global level, but what matters is what happens on the ground. What happens is what we do in villages, that we connect people, that we make people safe. So we are the people who make the changes. You are the ones who work in your countries, in your villages, and bring those principles to the ground. But you have to continue to discuss at local level. For example, the national IGFs are important because that's where you try to see what matters, what is important, what are the problems of the different stakeholders. Because what we have seen with the internet is that not a single stakeholder can really make the changes that we want. So that's why we need the discussion at the local level, bring it up to the regional level. We have, for example, the African IGF that will happen in Accra in November, if my memory is right. So it's important that we discuss that, and it's important that we discuss also at the global level. So we use the existing ecosystem for the discussion. I think one of the outcomes of the last years is that we are okay with continuing with the existing forums. Of course, there needs to be some changes, but globally, the same forums continue. And as Internet Society, we're happy with that because we don't want to have too many processes that will make things complicated, especially for people from developing countries. And again, the most tangible impact happens at the local level. So we should be the ones who really drive the discussion as well. Implementation, what is changing, the focus is shifting from dialogue to impact. And for that, we need roadmap, we need indicators, we need measurable progress. So I think we all need to work on those, because if we don't measure, we can't see progress. We don't know where we are faulting, where we need to put some more effort. So it is important that we do measurement. And I'm sure you have appreciated what our colleagues Gila and Kevin presented with Pulse, because it showed us the image. It showed us, for example, Kenya is doing well on this, while maybe Burundi is not doing that well. So it shows where the effort would happen, and I think it also encourages people to say this is where we should put more effort. So I think we need to work more on measuring so that we can allocate the resources and the attention that is required where we see gaps. And IGF and WSIS will continue to be our follow-up processes, and well, they should be used more to track progress. I'm not sure we are happy with how things happen. For example, there is the WSIS plus 20 meeting happening in Addis Ababa next week, and I heard about it yesterday. I don't think that's the right way to go. We have to be serious about that. It's not just to say that, oh, we have had a meeting to assess where we are. We have really to be serious about our claims, because most Africans believe that there are institutions, there are processes that will help them get the internet that they want, to be safe, etc. And I think we have to take our responsibilities seriously. So now there is clarity, because there wasn't in the last few years. We know that WSIS will be the main driver for those discussions, and there are realizations that there are gaps in financing and scaling solutions, etc. And we have to work together so that we have all that. And we have to make sure that there is accountability. So the discussions are finished, but there is still some work to make sure that those principles and so on make real changes on the ground. For implementation priorities for internet society, get the roadmaps, get the measurements right, build on what already makes the IGF work. So we already have the IGF, we already have the WSIS. So let's build on that. We need to have financing mechanisms right. For example, we have seen community networks can solve the connectivity problems of, for example, villages, of displaced people, etc., but they still lack financing. And there is financing. For example, universal service funds are there, but they are not currently used where they are needed. So let's make sure that those who do get also the money. So let's work on that, and let's keep WSIS at the center. Let's be among the ones who shape the decisions, not only just receive the decisions. We engage early and show what works. There are many things that works, and I think this morning we have heard of many things that work. Let's make sure that they are made visible. Let's show the evidence for those who make decisions, so that what you do matters. You get the support that you need for your work. I think I will finish here by saying continue to be engaged in the technical matters, but also in the policy matters. Use the community and continue to partner with internet society. You have the Internet Society, but we also have the Internet Society Foundation, which funds projects, community level projects, and also dialogues, national, regional, IGFs, and School of Internet Governance. Thank you very much. I will stop here, and I will call Yaovi to talk about PP Plenipotentiary 2026. After him, Amin will continue. Thank you.
Thank you again, David. And, as we can see, if you are new, the ecosystem, we have many organizations. And then when people came to the ICANN session, for example, when you talk about internet, it's not just ICANN. We have ICANN, we have ISOC, we have the International Telecommunication Union, ITU. So I'll be focusing more on the next PP26. So we have seen a lot of acronyms also in all the presentations. So it's Plenipotentiary 2026 is the PP 2026. So this is an event happening every 4 years. It is happening every 4 years. So the International Telecommunication Union, we have the members, and then we have the countries which are the member states, and then we have also what we call the sector members, who are like more as observers in ITU discussions. So the Plenipotentiary conference is happening every 4 years. And then the next one is set to take place from 9 to 27 November this year. So that is the date. It is the highest governing conference of the ITU, which is founded more than 160 years ago. So you see, when we talk about internet, we have internet, but we have also the telecom. So people were in the ICANN session. You see, ICANN was created in 1998. And then in the 90s, even we're not sure in some countries if you are going to use the internet. So we started with a lot of networks. They were not IP networks. So me, when I started, I was not installing IP networks. Other novel, for example, those people for network, OS2. So without IP. And then we see that with internet, there is a real change. So this conference of ITU is a very important conference because the ITU elects the leadership. So we have many leadership positions at ITU. So we have many elections happening during the ITU. So the organization strategic and financial plans are adopted. So, and then also generally in ITU, you see many documents they call resolutions. So at the end of the plenipotentiary conference, we have the final acts. So at the end of the PP, we'll have the final act where we can have new resolution. We can have some proposal to amend some resolutions. So there are on many topics very important. So it is quite important. So it is a very intensive conference, and then you see people working very hard, and then there are negotiations. Most of the time, people try to find a consensus, and then people work hard before coming to this meeting. So you see that in your countries, many people are working. And also, what will be important during this conference, we will see many discussion on many topics. ICANN is also engaging. Why? Because in PP26, discussion will touch on internet governance topics that interact ICANN's missions and including domain name systems, the DNS. So ICANN role is to provide technical expertise and factual input to the ITU member state discussion. So when we attend the discussion, so sometimes people delegate from the country, so they talk about some topics and then they need ICANN input. And then where they need clarification, we try to make clarification to make input to the discussion. You see, because generally we have some delegate, or we have delegates, some of them may not be general technical people. And that is not an issue, but it just need to clarify things. So sometimes it's very important for ICANN to be there to make input where needed. So we have several topics which will be discussed during the next meeting, but some of them are outside ICANN's remit. So ICANN has a remit, so there are some topics on which ICANN is not well focused, so ICANN has its remit. So but it's the discussion shape the broader contents in which internet governance discussion will take place. So we'll have a lot around internet governance. And then for ICANN, will be interested is those touching the DNS and the internet governance processes. For example, you'll have a lot of discussion about the connectivity infrastructure, like for people, LEOS, which is a low Earth orbit satellite discussion. You'll have discussion about submarine cables, releases. We'll have discussion. There will be a lot of discussion about AI, for example. So it is very, very intense week days that people will be there for discussion. So we'll also have discussion about the future of the ITU Council working group on international internet public policy related issues. So there is a group we call CWG Internet. So there will be a lot of proposals which may range from maintaining the current group's current participation structure, or to expanding it to scope participation or potential role in decision making. So how ICANN is preparing? In Africa, we have the African Telecommunication Union, who is leading the preparatory event or meetings for that. So there was one first meeting in 2024. The second meeting happened in Zimbabwe, Victoria Falls, last month from 24 to 29. So we had the second preparatory meeting in Africa. And the third meeting is scheduled to happen in September. So you can go to ATU website to have more information about this meeting. It's not, ICANN's participation is not just limited to what we are doing in Africa. So we have in all the region, we have ICANN teams also participating, following these discussions. So engagement in the lead to up to PP26 is very critical for ICANN, and then we'll continue working with all the stakeholders, including the internet technical organizations, to raise awareness of key issues, contribute to technical expertise, and support informed discussion. Especially ICANN will share knowledge related to the domain name system, because this is the ICANN area, and also the ongoing discussion on internationalized domain names, IDNs, and universal acceptance, which are essential to ensuring the internet works effectively across languages and all the scripts. So people were in our ICANN Day yesterday, we talk about universal acceptance and international domain names, which is quite important also for the continent. So what I want to say briefly to finish is that in the second preparatory meetings, meeting in Zimbabwe, ICANN had the opportunity also to share one contribution for ICANN, which was mainly about the work on the universal acceptance in Africa, and then also the collaborative work we are doing with ITU, ATU. So these three entities are currently working, and then we have some requests from some organization about 6 organizations currently we receive from them, and these 3 organizations are working to provide answer to what these requests are expecting. So we had also the opportunity to also organize a workshop, because we have many participants. They are in the ecosystem a long time ago, but they don't know necessarily what ICANN is doing. So we find that it is important, and then we had the opportunity to also work with this various partners to explain the role of ICANN. So we are also following some resolution. Mainly, this is what we're doing. If there are some resolutions, so we have the list of resolution on. If you go to the IT website, you will see each resolution, the area, the resolution touching. So we are observing what is happening. So I want to stop there, and then we'll be participating in the next one. We thank you very much. So you are also invited to also go to the ATU website, African Telecommunication Union website, and you have information about this event that is happening. ATU will have also its own plenipotentiary in Abuja next month. So I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I will take the part of the internet users here and the operators. So, together, WISES, sorry, he has already presented me. Amin Daik, okay, internet user. Taken together, WISES, NetMondial, and more recently, the Global Digital Compact create the principles, the common language, legitimacy, and the framework for those stakeholders to cooperate and help avoid fragmentation on the internet, preserve an open, interoperable, and globally connected internet. Collectively, they enable stakeholders to work together toward these outcomes. However, users like us don't consume principles, we consume services. Ultimately, people experience the internet through a different layer or layers, which is like affordability, resilience, reliability, quality, and access. About what needs to change. There was a question about what needs to change. For 20 years or 2 decades, we have become increasingly sophisticated at organizing participation. I believe the next phase should focus less on measuring activities and more on measuring the influence and the outcomes. I think we are entitled to ask a more mature question: what these principles have actually changed. To date, it was about building capacity and building mechanisms for participation. I believe the next years should be about influence and demonstrating the outcomes. At this point, we should ask more difficult questions. Did capabilities increase? Did dependencies decrease? Did resilience improve? Did more influence reach developing regions? Did more digital value remain within local economies? Participation is important, but participation in itself is not the destination. Participation is the means, outcomes, and the practical implementation are the destination that we should be looking for. The third question was about what does this mean for Africa? From an operator's perspective and internet users, I think we should increasingly focus on capability. Digital sovereignty and such fancy titles like data sovereignty and digital sovereignty and whatever should not be confused with regulations and geolocation. The geolocation of the infrastructure doesn't mean that you have achieved digital sovereignty. Sovereignty is capability. Where are we today in terms of building networks, sustaining infrastructure, train and retain talents, not just to train them and send them to other countries? Can we develop local content and local cloud ecosystem? And by extent, systems of systems to manage the systems that we are developing, not to rely also on third-party systems that they are not digitally sovereign in our countries or in our borders. Can we retain more digital value within our economies? Can we reduce dependencies in terms of infrastructure, in terms of financing, and in terms of allocation sometimes? Those are the questions that ultimately matter to internet users, because users do not experience governance processes. They experience the outcomes of those processes. Thank you.
I didn't hear you guys clapping. He said some very important points. David, you want to close? We can shift. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. I know that she wants me to go, but I have to say thank you all for staying the whole morning with us. I hope that you have been able to hear about what we do and with you, because the Internet Society does everything with its community. We are very close with our chapters, but also other partner organizations with whom we work on a daily basis. So thank you for your support, and I hope that we'll continue to work together. I'm sure it gave you a lot of food for thought on what to do with Internet Society for the remaining year. I don't want to spend too much time, but wish you, for those of you who are going to leave Nairobi, safe and eventless trip, not eventful, eventless trip. And for those who will stay in Nairobi, thank you for coming, despite of the events happening, and I hope that you'll go home safely. Unfortunately, Susan will not let me receive questions, so we'll have to stop here. Thank you, and see you next year.
A round of applause for ISOC on ISOC Day. Ladies and gentlemen, I am shifting the program. We are now at the close of AIS. We are turning into closing ceremony for the AIS 2026. I would like to welcome Professor Ni and Professor Adewale to the floor. Thank you. At this point, as they make their way, I would like to invite David Njuki for the NOC report. David?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David. I work for Afrinic. I would like to give you some stats with regards to connectivity for the meeting. So, first of all, I would like to thank the Liquid team for giving us good connectivity. I'm sure you did not notice any interruptions during the week. So, thank you, Liquid, for that. Really appreciate. So I'll just go through some statistics. So yeah, I've already mentioned Liquid. Yeah. So early in the week, what we normally do is we come a few days before to do a setup. So we covered all the key areas for this meeting. So we are in floor 1, which is Mara, and Savo and Samburu, and then second floor and third floor. Okay. And then also, we also prioritize connectivity to the streaming and translation services. And like any other member, what we usually do for the meeting, we would apply for resources at Afrinic. So we have to go through the member resource application process. So the host masters, we have to write to them an email and say, okay, we are doing this meeting. We need these resources for a certain period of time, and they are going to take it back. Yeah. So this meeting we had, it was fully IPv4, IPv6. I'm sure, I don't know if anybody noticed that, but we cover everything, yeah. And you can see the, the propagation. And that one also is the stats, you assigned up IPv4, IPv6, and we also used our own ASN. And yeah, that's the usage. Actually, Liquid gave us a 10 gig pipe, but you guys barely used it. So I don't know, you have a few hours to try and stretch it if you can, yeah. So we had more than 350 users. Obviously, maybe 2 or 3 devices per person most of the time. That's the bandwidth utilization. It's not very legible. Yeah. And yeah, big thanks to the NOC team, Cedric, Gilbert, and see you next year.
A better applause. Thank you. So I would like to invite Professor Adewale Adedokun, Afrinic Board Chair, to give his closing remarks. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I want to say a big thank you for this AIS. I also want to, before I read my speech, I want to say a big thank you for the AIS Secretariat, Professor Nee, Alan, I know. I'll tell you why. I'm saying a very special thank you to them. Putting AIS together started just probably 2 months ago. We all were looking towards September, but at some point, because we needed to fulfill some legal and company, dictates of Mauritius, we had to quickly put AIS together within the last 2 months. Initially, it's as if it was not going to happen, or probably we'll just do AGMM for Afrinic. But I've not seen a very courageous woman like Nancy. Where is Nancy? Nancy just said, yeah, it can be done. Thank you, ma'am. Please appreciate Nancy for me. Nancy just said, yeah, it can be done. And I'm talking about first week of April, or probably mid of April. And for them to be able to pull this together, pull all the AF staff together, I think it deserves a special appreciation. So thank you very much, AI Secretariat. And to Professor Nee, thank you for the support. It's very much appreciated. Okay, as we come to the close of African Internet Summit 2026,
I would like to express my sincere gratitude for every one of you for your participation, for your contribution, and your commitment throughout this week. The discussion, the presentations, workshops, community engagements that has taken place over the last few days demonstrates the strength, the resilience, and determination of Africa and the Africa Internet community. Together, we have exchanged knowledge, explored emerging challenges, and identified opportunities which shape the future of the Internet across our continent. This summit has been particularly significant for Afrinic and for the African Internet community after 3 years. We successfully convened the public policy meeting in a fully in-person format. The return of face-to-face policy discussion marks an important milestone in restoring the open bottom-up and community-driven processes that has always been at the heart of the Afrinic governance and Internet number resource management in our region. The policy discussions held this week reaffirmed the value of inclusive participation and consensus building. They demonstrated that our community remains committed to ensuring that Afrinic's policies continue to evolve in response to Africa's growing digital needs. I am encouraged by the constructive debates and the spirit of collaboration that prevailed. This week has also seen the holding of Afrinic's annual general members meeting, providing members with the opportunity to engage directly with the organization's membership. Strong member participation is essential to the continued success and legitimacy of our institution. And I am very grateful to all members who took the time to be involved. Your engagement gives us confidence and direction. The success of elections held during AIS represented an important step in strengthening Afrinic's governance framework and ensuring that the organization is guided by representatives chosen by its membership and the community. I congratulate all newly elected officials and thank every candidate for their willingness to serve. This is a sign of a healthy and vibrant institution. With the full support of our members, Afrinic and the board have embarked on restoring operational stability, strengthening transparency, re-engaging with our community, and reinforcing the principles of good governance that underpin our institution. While challenges remain, we continue to confidently lead the progress with the support and active involvement of our members and stakeholders. We are on a solid path and we are not turning back. The message from this summit is clear, and I want you to hear it with assurance. Afrinic is moving forward. We are rebuilding trust, restoring community processes, and strengthening the foundations necessary to support Africa's digital growth for years to come. This is not just a promise, it's a commitment that we are ready and already fulfilling step by step. As we leave Nairobi and return to our various respective countries, I encourage all of us to maintain the momentum generated here. Carry this spirit of collaboration back to your workplaces, to your networks, to your communities. Let us continue to participate in policy discussion, contribute to capacity building, promote IPv6 development, strengthen Internet infrastructure, and work together to ensure that the Internet remains an open, stable, secure, and accessible resource for all Africans. The future is in our hands, and I have every confidence in our collective ability to shape it positively. On behalf of the Afrinic board and the entire Afrinic team, thank you for your engagement, your dedication, and your belief in the power of community. It has been an honor and a privilege to stand before you and to share this journey with you. I wish you all safe travels home, and I look forward to meeting you again in future Afrinic and African Internet community events. Thank you and safe travels.
Thank you, Prof. I will call Prof. Sani to come make his closing remarks.
Well, thank you very much. I'm here to, I guess, communicate the communique of the summit. But you should all try to lay hands on a copy of it. I'll talk around it. So in some cases, I'll read what it is. In some cases, I'll expand it to communicate the contents. But since this is the closing, allow me to also do some community building things. So, Afrinic, thank you. AFNOG, okay. Eventually, we'll show you what you say for the RENs, the Research and Education Networks, and what you say for the top-level domains and so on. We are a group of technical institutions. We're focused on this. So this is the communique. The Africa Internet Summit AIS 26 took place in Nairobi, Kenya, from 22nd to 26 June 26, bringing together the African Internet community, partners, and friends to discuss and exchange views on global and regional issues related to numbers, names, data, digital infrastructure, and the broader digital ecosystem. This year's summit was held under the theme, Shaping Africa's Internet Future Through Collaboration, Innovation, and Resilience. Throughout the week, the community engaged in deep reflection and dialogue. As participants return home, they are encouraged to reflect on and act upon the following key takeaways. So this is the call for action. Advice on shaping Africa's internet future through collaboration, innovation, and resilience, as shared by the keynote speakers and experts. The importance of data development and governance as a strategic pillar for Africa's digital transformation. At this point, remember, we've gone through computational development. We've looked at the communication development, which is your internet-related things. And you are now seeing the explosion of algorithms, which is visible through the AI we all use. But we are also telling you that there's another wave coming, which is the data, which is required for these things. And you, Africa, should have a role to play. Otherwise, you'll be consuming other people's data. And don't say I didn't tell you, okay? So we have to develop the ability to create data, to manage data, to protect data, to defend data, to prevent data from expiring, okay? And uncovering some of your data, okay? And stopping some of your data in programs from deprecating. The need to prepare for the transition to post-quantum cryptography to ensure long-term security and trust in digital systems. This is another issue that can create challenges for us because we agree it has some technical barrier. But we have players who are familiar and we have friends who can help us and lead us securely into this world. The need to revamp and strengthen Africa's technical capacity building ecosystem to meet the operational demands of modern internet infrastructure. I think as we went through the discussions, we all saw changes that require understanding of networks, how they move data among themselves better, equipping ourselves to be able to do things like technical coordination through BGP and so on. So we have to look there. We need to strengthen our understanding of the server side of things, okay, so that we can become a little bit more potent in our ability to run our infrastructure. The collective responsibilities to safeguard Afrinic and ensure its stability, credibility, and continuity. And we've heard the commitment of the chair along those lines. And we thank him very much for taking up this very challenging task. The need to improve and renew participation in the bottom-up, community-driven policy development process to strengthen regional internet governance. And here, we are keenly interested in intergenerational mentorship. Consideration for Africa's engagement in the ICANN new GTLD program, ensuring the region adopts new namespaces responsibly without undermining existing structures. In the past, we've had some challenges after things were delegated. We hope this time we are able to avoid those so that we can move quickly. I'm referring to Dot Africa. You know I'm associated. The importance of implementing outcomes from the WSIS Plus 20 review and exploring how a renewed IGF approach can better support Africa's priorities. So those are the areas that we see that Africa needs to bone up, focus, and embrace each other towards addressing. Here are some acknowledgements. The AIS community expresses its sincere appreciation to the government of Kenya, the local host TESPOC, the organizers Afrinic and AFNOG, the sponsors Afrinic, ICANN, ISOC, Liquid Intelligent Technologies, Africa Data Centers, TESPOC team, Team Comru, Links, Registry Africa, and the partners, among which are UN Data Governance Working Group. Remember, I pushed on the data. Then also World Data Organization and the World Internet Conference, ICANN, Internet Society, the regional internet registries who have spent the time with us, supporting us in all manner of ways. Network Startup Resource Center, of course, AF Star organizations who you heard from on the first day. The speakers and all participants for their invaluable contributions to the success of the AIS 26. We hope to count on your continued support and participation next year. We look forward to welcoming you again at AIS 2027. So let me test whether I've communicated. AFNOG, Afrinic, I conclude the following by connecting the communication with our initial statements at the opening. Africa is diverse, and some say there's no one Africa. Yet we form one African internet community, bound by a shared responsibility to ensure that the internet and indeed the broader digital world serves Africa's technological liberation and long-term sustainability. I thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this year's Africa Internet Summit, I would like to say that it has been an absolute honor and privilege to serve as your MC during this whole week. It has been an honor to learn with you, to collaborate with you, and to witness collaboration, friendships, and great conversations that will lead Africa forward. With this, I would like to invite us all for the AIS 2026 picture. Please find space. Come. We don't have so much time. Come. Come to the stage. And as you come, as you depart, kindly I remind everyone who has been in the room to not leave with the transmitters. As we align ourselves here, kindly let us leave the transmitters in the room. Make sure you're seen, eh? Some can come on the stage, others below the stage. If you are tall enough, you can, just make sure the MC is seen in that picture, eh? Wasn't it a good AIS? Did we enjoy ourselves? The faster we all move, we will not be seen. Cameraman, whenever you're ready. The men behind the camera, we are at your mercy. Give us the word to say so that we all appear smiling. En avant. En avant. Hein? En avant. Success. Success. Some people might be blocked, but yeah. Be okay. Success. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you all a safe journey as you go home. And also, kindly take care of your belonging. We are not coming back here. We are not coming back here. There is another event that is not AIS that is supposed to set up the room. Lunch will be served on the 3rd floor. And I'm also informed I've forgotten our delegates joining us online. Hi and bye. Thank you.
You know I like like it. I give you everything when I do my things with you. You know I like it. Mama inuka njoo nikupe tuzo, mapenzi yamekaza gongelea na nyundo, Waswahili na maneno yenye uvundo. Are you talk about my girl? Ebu dondole utumbo. I say she's my future, sweet bambucha, wanga mtajuta, kaeka ukuta, nampa taratibu, nampa puta, napenda mwendo kanyage mafuta. Nitaka nikubebe ubembe juu kwa juu, you know I like it. Nitaka tuendeshe utembe kwa miguu, you know I like it. Nitaka nikubebe ubembe juu kwa juu, you know I like it. I give you everything when I do my things with you, you know I like it. But the bash you they do kulani. I say water, dirty pussy carter. Baby girl, you know say that's about the bad. If you want to do, then we got the part. Baby girl, you know we can never be apart. We dey skeleton. We dey do your body skeleton. Waiting for you all day. Say you go look my face. Tell me where you dey. Make a come down. I be waiting. Baby, not be me. We are color be just shave. I see they got to me like this, so now you go kill my grace. Girl, if you want, I go cry you a river. I go cry you a river. Oh. Just to show you. Your love they make you want. I'll empty account. I'll empty my account, oh. Just to show you, your love they make me your calendar. Back. Don't be say I want to see your bada. Oh yeah, judge you back. Give me love, oh. Back. Don't be say I want to see your bada. Oh yeah, judge you back. Give me love, oh. My Maserati, baby, hop in my Maserati. I said hop in my Maserati, hop in my Maserati. Girl, I wanna see you go down. Yeah, say me I love the way you bend body. Hop in my Maserati, Baby, hop in my Maserati, and I just wanna see you ride. Somebody needs somebody. My body, your body. I'm more check out, follow you. Somebody needs somebody. My body, your body. I'm more check out, follow you. Would somebody tell Shawty what to call me? Show me. I'm Mr. Keep it on 100. Girl, I'm ready if you're ready. Last get it to Yankee for this pandemic. Girl, I get it all on me. I wanna spend it. I fit to be your garment. Me, I wanna wear it for real. You know I got it. Take the car keys. For the Maserati, you get nothing. For the Lamborghini, you won't give. For the Bentley, you go bend it. Oh, baby, choose what you wanna cruise in. I buy you shoes, probably Jimmy Choo, yeah. And I like the way I get it out. So baby, up in my Maserati. Baby, up in my Maserati. I say up in my Maserati. Up in my Maserati. Girl, I wanna see you go down. Yeah, say me I love the way you bend body. Up in my Maserati. Baby, up in my